Prologue. Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, stood glaring at the man before him. The man tried to release the Kyuubi from his wife. He managed to prevent that, however it was done with a cost. He lost one of his hand. In a battle against normal ninja, this was not a problem. However, the man before him was anything but normal. The man managed to find the secret place where his wife, Kushina, gave birth. The man almost managed to kidnap his son, Naruto, under his nose. This was beyond other ninjas' ability. Not to sound arrogant, but Minato was certain that lesser ninjas would have died before they came close to his son. He tensed. The man charged towards him. His only thought was hoping that Kushina managed to call reinforcements on time. Uzumaki Kushina ran through the forest of Konoha with a baby in her hands. Her eyes moving frantically, seeking any Konoha shinobi for assistance. After some time running, she was about to lose hope when a voice called. "Kushina, what are you doing here?" Tsunade asked. Kushina sighed in relief. Senju Tsunade was one of the strongest kunoichi of Konoha. In addition, as a member of Sannin, when one was sighted, the others must be near. Kushina's prayer was answered when Jiraiya and Orochimaru appeared beside her. "Tsunade-sama, please help, Minato is attacked," Kushina pleaded to Tsunade. Orochimaru tensed. Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Where is he?" he asked Kushina. Kushina informed him. "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, go to Minato. I will follow you after I take Kushina to safety." "No, Tsunade-sama, I'll be fine alone. Please help Minato," Kushina begged. Tsunade nodded. The Sannins leapt. Jiraiya hoped that he was not too late. The Sannins arrived at the secret spot. They froze. In front of them was Minato, dying. Blood soaked his clothes as he panted. One of his hand hanging limply covered in blood. The whole battlefield was covered by the kunais. Beyond Minato, a man with orange mask stood. Aside from his panting, he seemed to be in full health. "How?" Jiraiya asked. Shock filled his being. Minato was one of the strongest shinobi. If not the strongest, how did an unknown defeat him? Especially without any visible wound. Orochimaru stared calmly, though inwardly he was worried. Someone whom Minato could not beat definitely could destroy him. Loath as he to admit, Minato was stronger than him. Tsunade froze at the sight of blood. Her fear of blood might be nearly healed, but the huge amount of blood triggered it. Minato disappeared in a yellow flash. He appeared behind the man. Rasengan appeared on his hand. He moved to strike the man. The Rasengan passed through him. Minato flashed again to another direction and continued his Rasengan. The man's eye, revealed to be a Sharingan, transformed for a split second before Rasengan connected. "Foolish man, I have proven to you my power. Your efforts are futile," the man stated. His voice carried power within it. "Yes, but the last time I struck you with Rasengan, I felt your chakra lowers drastically even though there is no visible wound. So I tried another one," Minato panted. "And it shall be your death." The man struck. Jiraiya and Orochimaru attempted to stop him. However, they were not fast enough as Minato's heart was stabbed by the man's hand. Orochimaru kicked the man away and Jiraiya tried to help Minato. "Tsunade, heal him," he yelled. Tsunade snapped out of her daze and moved to heal the Hokage. The other Sannins crouched around them. "No, the wound is too deep." Minato coughed blood. "Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sensei. Please take care of Kushina and Naruto. The man cannot use that technique again." Minato closed his eyes. "Forever." Jiraiya's eyes burned with fury. Orochimaru hissed. Tsunade stood, her eyes turned cold. The man faced them. "Eye closed." "Why did he close his eye?" Jiraiya asked. Minato-kun informed us that he would not be able to use that jutsu again. And the man seemed to have used it twice, Orochimaru analyzed. "So, one jutsu needs one eye," Tsunade concluded. "Well then," the Sannins moved. "Let's go." Uzumaki Kushina watched her baby with worry-filled eyes. They were in Minato's safe house. Its location unknown to anyone but Minato, Jiraiya and her. "I wonder if Minato is alright," she asked out loud. A knock sounded from the door. She froze. Minato would not knock. Chakra chains shot from her hand. The chains went through the door and captured the one behind it. She stared at the visitor. Tsunade stared at her with a grave expression. The chains released her. "I'm sorry, Kushina," Tsunade apologized. She moved to show what stood behind her. Kushina's face was filled with horror. Orochimaru and Jiraiya showed the body of Minato they carried. That day, the Sanins and the Uzumaki understood one fact. Namikaze Minato was dead. Chapter 1 Uzumaki Naruto. The first memory he had was of his mother crying. He did not understand at that time. As he grew older, he began to learn. One day, he asked his pale-skinned uncle why his mother cried. The pale man answered that she cried because of his father. "Why is my mother crying?" the child asked curiously to a pale-skinned man. The man looked thoughtful. "I believe it was because of your father. He died the day you were born." He did not fully understand. However, he knew that his father was to blame. That day, Uzumaki Naruto learned hatred. Whenever his mother held him and smiled at him, he felt indescribable emotion. He liked it, he craved it, he tried hard to make her proud, he learned faster than a normal child. He acted more mature than normal child. Whenever he showed what he learned, his mother smiled proudly. "Naruto-kun, what did you learn today?" a red-haired, blue-eyed woman asked her son. "Orochi taught me how to do Bunshin no Jutsu," he answered with a smile. "Watch." And he showed her. Her mother smiled proudly. He felt strange and he liked it. That day Uzumaki Naruto learned happiness. When he was 8 years old, her mother told him tales of his father. How he had saved her when they were young. How he had trained hard and became one of the greatest shinobi known to the world. He was fascinated, not by the story, but by the love and adoration in his mother's eyes when she thought about his father. To this day, I have never met a man like him. He was both gentle and strong. He was both a leader and a man. His mother showed a wistful smile at him. He stared. He never seen his mother that vulnerable since she cried long ago. He felt dislike to his father. The father who managed to make his mother showed such expression. That day, Uzumaki Naruto learned jealousy. 1 year later, he noticed that his godfather and aunt have always compared him to his father. Whenever they trained him, he tried hard to understand and master whatever they taught. And yet, they would say that his father would have mastered it faster, would do it better. He did not like it. "How did I do Jiraiya Jiji? Tsunade Bachan?" he asked, turning to the white-haired man, and the blonde-haired woman who watched him showed the result of his training. "Good job." The man congratulated him, though Minato would have done that faster. He muttered. He heard his aunt reprimanding his godfather, saying how his father was a shinobi while he was not. He resolved himself to prove that he was better than his father. That day, Uzumaki Naruto gained an ambition. Some time after that, his mother called him one day and asked a strange question. Why would he love the village? He felt nothing towards them. So he stared at his mother, confused. When he saw the expression in his mother's face, he learned a new emotion. "Naruto-kun, what do you think about Konoha?" At his confused glance she elaborated, "Do you love it?" He stared blankly. He rarely interacted with the villagers. And even then, most of them simply called him, son of Yondaime. He continued to stare until he saw his mother sigh. That day, Uzumaki Naruto learned guilt. Another year passed. He found one person in his life who did not compare him to his father. His uncle. Even his mother sometimes compared him to his father. The man told him that he was the only one who did not judge him. Therefore, he did the same. When he was told the reason, he was confused. But he accepted it, glad to find someone who cared about him without his father's influence. "Hey Orochi, why aren't you like Jiraiya or Tsunade?" The man gave him a questioning look. "They always praised my father and compared me with him." "Well Naruto-kun, when you was a baby, you stared at me with a curious face. Most people stared at me with respect, awe, fear and other expressions that came from my reputation. Whenever I met you, you would talk to me normally. You do not judge me, so I do not judge you," the pale-skinned man explained. He felt confused, but he was assured that the man would be with him, no matter what. Because the man was his friend and not his father's. That day, Uzumaki Naruto made a true friend. The next year was the graduation of the academy. He passed without any trouble. The training his family gave him was more than enough. And yet, as he stood outside academy when his godfather picked him up, he was happy. He thought that his godfather was proud of him. His godfather was proud, but he added a statement that broke his happiness. "Your father graduated when he was 10, his godfather absently mentioned when they walked home. He stared. This was his moment, and yet, his godfather thought about his father. He did not know which was worse, his godfather's words or the fact that he felt nothing. That day, Uzumaki Naruto learned apathy. Uzumaki Naruto entered his and his mother's house. It was a small house with 2 bedrooms, a kitchen and living room. The house was located near Training Ground 44, nicknamed Forest of Death. He had lived here for all his life. The forest was used often by him and the Sanins for training. He saw his mother standing, waiting for him. "I'm home, Okasama," he greeted. "Welcome home, Naruto-kun. How did it go?" Uzumaki Kushina asked with a smile. "I passed," Naruto answered shortly. "Good job." Kushina hugged him. "As a celebration, do you want to go to Ichiraku Ramen?" Kushina asked, referring to her favorite restaurant. Smiling happily. Naruto lost any desire to celebrate when Jiraiya compared him to his father. But seeing his mother's happiness, he nodded. His mother's smile widened and he felt that it was worth seeing such expression on her face. The mother and son left to the restaurant. Ayame was the daughter of Tsuki, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. She had worked at her father's restaurant since she was a kid. She accepted it. She liked seeing people eating her father's ramen happily. She liked how they would leave with satisfied expression. She truly respected her father for all his hard work. However, since 4 years ago, she found a goal. It was just another day in Ichiraku Ramen when a woman with red hair entered, bringing a child with her. Her father greeted the woman as his #1 customer. While her father talked with the woman, she observed the young boy. He ate her father's ramen with blank expression. When the pair left the restaurant, he thanked her and her father in a calm tone. She felt that her father's honor had been insulted. She learned the boy's name, Naruto. She wondered why did the boy had a ramen-inspired name. Watching the boy's mother eating ramen with a big smile, she understood. Ever since that fateful day, she begged her father to teach her how to cook. After that, every time the boy came with his mother, she served the ramen she made. At first, the boy stated that her ramen was inedible and refused to eat it after a bite. She worked harder. She felt thankful that the boy at least tasted her ramen each time he came instead of refusing it. After years, the boy finally ate the ramen and asked his mother for a second bowl. Ayame felt a sense of victory. However, after they finished, the boy still left with the same blank expression. Today was the day he graduated from Ninja Academy. She knew for sure that they would come to Ichiraku Ramen. She swore that she would make sure he left with a smile on his face. She saw 2 guests came into the restaurant. She smiled. "Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen." When Naruto heard the familiar voice, he saw the girl he had met many times. Ayame was the name. She was an interesting girl. She seemed to made it her mission to cook ramen for him years ago. At first, he was disgusted by the taste. He ate 1 bite and politely refused to eat it. When he saw the disappointed face of the girl, he felt guilty. The second time he was given a bowl, he saw her anxious expression. He ate 1 bite and found that while the taste was still inedible, it had improved. He again refused to eat the ramen. It continued for many times. He believed that his mother and the owner of the ramen stand enjoyed seeing their interactions. Until one day, she managed to cook an edible ramen. He stared at her hopeful expression and ate another bite. She smiled a bright smile that could light up the entire ramen stand. After he finished it, he thought about her smile. It was alien to him, and unknown. He wanted to see the smile again and he ordered another bowl. He was sure the taste of the ramen matched the smile she wore. He stared at the girl. Today she acted more cheerful than any other time. He wondered whether she managed to cook a ramen more edible than the last time. When his ramen came, he took a bite. He smiled. She saw the boy entered. He wore a black t-shirt with a red spiral mark on the back and black long pants. She noticed that he favored dark colors long ago. She also noticed that he always kept a red spiral on all his clothes. She gave the boy the ramen she cooked especially for this day. She watched him as he looked at the ramen closely. She saw his mother and her father watching him as tense as she was. He finally brought the chopsticks to his mouth. Ayame felt her heart stopped. In front of her, the boy, the emotionless boy she knew, smiled. She believed such smile could only came from an angel. When he was emotionless, he could be seen as a statue. A masterpiece. However, when he smiled, she could only describe him with one word. Perfection. She wondered why her knees felt weak and why she was staring at the ceiling before all went black. Naruto stared at the fainted girl. He felt disappointed. That meant he would be unable to order a second bowl of ramen. While the girl's father could cook a delicious ramen, he felt it was not right. The ramen she made could be considered as a tradition. He had done that for years and eating another ramen did not feel right. He supposed he did not regret eating in this place. As he heard sound of slurping and watched his mother eat bowls of ramen, he smiled again. Yes, he was not regretting it. As she walked home with her son, Kushina wondered, not for the first time, how did he become like this. She took care of him as her best friend, Makoto taught her. With love and care, she assisted him when he needed her. She told him stories of his father and his legacy. She had hoped that he would grow up into a kind, gentle and strong man like Minato. Naruto also received influences from other people, particularly the Sanins. From Jiraiya, he adopted his will to keep trying and to never give up. From Tsunade, he gained a critical attitude and the lack of hesitation to point it out. But the greatest influence came from Orochimaru. And that was the problem. She did not dislike Orochimaru. She knew that he was a bitter because he failed to take the Hokage position. Especially now as Uchiha Itachi became the youngest Hokage in the age of 17. She noted that the man seemed to enjoy Naruto's presence and Naruto seemed to be more comfortable with him rather than anyone else. Anyone except her at least. That was another problem. Naruto seemed to be too attached to her. While he was able to act mature and self-sufficient, whenever he saw her, his thought would focus to her. It was nice to know that he loved her. However, she noticed that it went beyond the point that was healthy. Whenever she offered something, he would not refuse. Whenever she bought something for him, he would take care of it like it was his most important possession. She knew that as a fact. The accident 2 years ago proved it. 2 years ago, she bought him a book for his birthday. The book was a beginner guide for Fuinjutsu, a normal gift for a member of Uzumaki clan when they reached the age of 10. He thanked her and after the party, he was engrossed by the book. One day, he brought it to the academy. Nobody knew that it would lead to an incident. She heard that a group of bullies demanded him to surrender the book. He stared at them blankly as if confused by their attitude and returned his attention to the book. The bullies took this as a challenge and grabbed the book from his hands. He ordered them to return it but they laughed. He stated that it was a book given by her and they should return it. They mocked him as a mama's boy. They scrawled a huge cross mark on the cover of the book. That was their mistake. She did not know what happened. But Naruto returned home earlier than scheduled. He apologized to her for letting them ruin the book he gave her. She answered that it was fine, she could buy him a new one. He shook his head, stating that the book was an irreplaceable gift. She wondered whether she should be flattered or angered that he beat the bullies up to the point where they were declared unsuitable to become shinobi. Many times she thought that she had failed in raising him. However, each time they came to Ichiraku Ramen, she saw Naruto and Ayame's relationship and she concluded that she did not fail. Because her son had proven himself to be a kind boy. Though she lamented the fact that he was completely clueless in the matter of relationship. He was confused when she teased him about Ayame and other girls he met. As she saw some of the girls on the road blushed when they saw him, she smiled. He was Minato's son after all. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto walked into his classroom at the academy. He saw no one but his teacher, Iruka, inside the classroom. Then again, it was 1 hour earlier than the scheduled time. He walked to his seat and opened his book. He read, ignoring everything else in the class. Yumino Iruka was a chunin, a teacher in the Shinobi Academy of Konoha. He grew up with his parents as a normal boy. When he saw a teacher guided an unruly student and made the student into a respectable shinobi, he was impressed. He decided that he would become a teacher. By now he had experienced years of teaching. Each time he felt more confident than the last. He cared about all students in the academy. Whether they were bad kids or good kids did not concern him. He firmly believed that all students should have chance to change themselves for the better. Or at least that was what he believed. When he heard the door opened, he froze. A student of his entered and sat at his assigned seat without any word. This student was Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Yondaime Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, a former kunoichi of Konoha. He knew the boy personally. They met 2 years ago. As he saw the boy opened a book, he saw its cover. The cover with a large X mark on it. His mind flashed back to that day. 2 years ago, he was chosen as a substitute teacher of another class. After he taught the class, he decided to hide and watch how his temporary students interact without a teacher. He saw a boy reading alone. No other students talked with him. In fact, they seemed to avoid staring at the boy entirely. He recognized the boy as the son of Yondaime Hokage. He remembered that the original teacher of that class warned him that the boy could not connect with his peers. In the teacher's words, he is beyond them. He kept observing the boy until he saw a group of students approach the boy. He thought that they wanted to befriend him. He was wrong. He stared as the boy's book was taken. He thought it was a joke. But when the group of students laughed at the boy and wrote on the book, he moved to stop them. He was stopped by his surprise. He thought the boy was shy and a reader. He thought that was what the other teacher meant when he said the boy was beyond the others. He was mistaken. The boy struck one of the bully. At his right knee's joint, the bully fell, screaming in pain. By now, the other students watched them as the bullies jumped at the boy. When he snapped out of his shock, he moved to intervene. He was too late. By the time he stopped the boy was choking a bully. The one who scrawled on the boy's book, he realized. He stopped the boy and called other teachers to take the injured students to the hospital. He received the hospital report shortly after and read it. What he read made him chilled to the bone. Each of the boys' injury were in specific places. Each of the injury also made sure that they would never be a ninja. With one exception, the bully who scrawled on the book could still become a ninja, but he was in critical condition when he reached the hospital. Only the great medic, Tsunade, managed to save the boy. He brought the victim to his office. He asked the boy, why did he crush the bullies' chances to become a ninja? The boy stared at him blankly and answered without any hesitation. Because they dirtied my mother's gift. Trash should know their place. They are weak and yet they pretend to be strong. For the first time since he first taught at the academy, Yumino Iruka was left speechless. After he recovered, he informed the boy that one of the bullies survived and could still return to the academy. The boy arched an eyebrow and asked which one was the survivor. He answered that it was the one who scrawled on the book. The boy nodded. I suspected that Tsunade would heal him. Then he came back here, all his friends gone, and he will be alone with the one who nearly killed him. And Yumino Iruka understood. He did that deliberately. He knew that the bully would survive. If the bully stopped learning in the academy, the bully would live in regret. If the bully returned to the academy, he would live in fear of the boy. This boy was not normal. He was ruthless and efficient, cold and calculating. He told the boy to avoid doing such thing as it would endanger his career. He told him that what he did was not right. The boy looked at him as if he was something unknown. The boy then walked away without a word. He noticed that the boy clutched the book possessively as he left the classroom. At that time he wondered whether the boy was a ruthless shinobi or a scared boy with strong attachment to his mother. He chose to believe the second. And now, seeing him read the same book he read for 2 years, with a hint of fondness on his face, Iruka decided that his suspicion was correct. Uzumaki Naruto was not a cold shinobi who coldly destroyed everyone who wronged him. He was nothing more than a fearful boy. He felt the teacher's eyes left him. He continued reading. No matter how much time he finished the book, even though he completely memorized the whole book, he liked reading this book. He supposed that was because the book was his mother's gift. He remembered the trash he nearly killed. He did not know the trash's name and he had no wish to learn it. Ever since the trash returned, it would flinch when he was close and would ran away from him whenever they saw each other. That suited him just fine. He had no interest in worthless beings. Especially not the one who touched one of his mother's gift. He felt other students arrived. He ignored them. None of them interested him. Inuzuka Kiba was a bully. He was no longer a bully. He learned his lesson 2 years ago. It was supposed to be a joke. When Kiba was young, he grew up with the stories of Yondaime Hokage. He admired the man. He wished to become like him. An alpha, a leader everyone recognized. Born in a clan that respected strength, he trained since he was young. He was loud, brash, and wild. A typical Inuzuka, most would said. When he entered the academy, he heard rumors about the son of Yondaime. He was interested. When he got the son as his classmate he was excited. That feeling did not last. The son ignored everything. He was content to be alone, reading a book or watching something. He never spoke except to the teacher, and even then only when he was asked to answer a question. Whenever someone called him, he just stared at them blankly until they were uncomfortable and left him alone. One day, Kiba had an idea. He would provoke the boy and make him react, make him act more like a normal kid. When the teacher left the class, he and his friends gathered around the boy and demanded him to give the book to them. The boy stared at them and then returned to his book. Kiba exploded. He stole the book and watched as the boy's eyes showed a flicker of anger. He felt glad. The boy was a human after all. When the boy demanded them to return the book, one of his friends teased him about his mother. Kiba knew that was a mistake. His clan valued family. Insulting one's family means death. As he saw the boy's eyes burned, he knew that they would be in trouble. One of his friends encouraged him to dawdle on the book. He did not want to do that, but they pressured him to, and he did. To this day he regretted his weakness. He stared, surprised as the boy attacked one of his friends. He tried to counter the boy with his friends, but it was futile. Then his world exploded in pain. When he came to, he was in the hospital. His mother and sister around him as he laid down on the bed. Broken. His mother demanded an explanation. He told them his story. How he tried to provoke the boy, how one of his friends mocked the boy's mother, and how he was pressured to dawdle on the boy's precious book. His mother was furious at him. His sister scolded him and told him that when he recovered, he would have to apologize. When he returned to academy after he healed, he tried to apologize to the boy. He failed. Every time he tried to apologize, his words died in his throat and he felt fear gripping him. He ran away. Now he was a ninja. He swore that he would apologize to the boy one day. Definitely. Uchiha Sasuke was the brother of the Hokage. He was born in the Uchiha clan, the strongest clan in Konoha. Since he was young, he tried his hardest to match his brother. His brother, who was known as the prodigy. He failed, and after his brother was chosen as the Hokage, he felt the gap between them increased. When he heard the Yondaime Hokage's son would be in the academy with him, he was interested. He thought that he could find someone who was like him. He was mistaken. The boy acted like a statue. He never accepted any attempts to befriend him. He ignored other people. Uchiha Sasuke hated him. When the boy proved his strength 2 years ago, his hatred grew. Uchiha Sasuke did not hate the boy because the boy was stronger than him. Uchiha Sasuke did not hate the boy because the boy ignored him. Uchiha Sasuke hated the boy for one simple fact. Because the boy reminded him of Uchiha Itachi, his brother. Both of them were stronger than others. Both of them closed themselves off from the society. Both of them stared at the world with eyes filled with disinterest. And that angered him. When he saw the boy in the class, reading with his usual blank expression, his hatred grew. Uchiha Sasuke swore he would surpass both Naruto and his brother one day. Hyuga Hinata was the heiress of Hyuga clan. When she was a child, she was kidnapped by a Kumo shinobi. She was almost taken away when a boy saved her and subdued her captor. That day, Hyuga Hinata found her light. She never forget his face. Thanks to her savior, the Hyuga clan met no trouble from Kumogakure. As if they tried to ask for compensation, they would need to reveal that their shinobi was defeated by a child. She trained hard since then, hoping to see him once again. To serve him with her entire body and soul. When she entered the academy, she was beyond happy. Her savior was here, in the same class as her. She thought about approaching him but decided not to. He ignored everyone who tried to initiate a conversation with him. She concluded that he must consider them not worth his time until they have proven themselves. 2 years prior, when a group of heathens dared to challenge her savior. She watched in glee as he struck them down. He punished them by destroying their future as shinobi. But her savior was forgiving. He allowed one of the heathen to return. She swore she would smite the heathen should he tried to harm her savior again. The day the team would be announced, she hoped that she would be in the same team as him. Haruno Sakura was an ordinary girl. She came from an ordinary civilian family. She was fascinated by the story of ninjas in Konoha. She decided to enter the Shinobi Academy in a whim. She was glad she did so as she met her best friend. Yamanaka Ino saved her from bullies who insulted her large forehead. They became friends since then. When she entered her class for the first time, she was excited. The son of Yondaime Hokage and the brother of current Hokage were both in her class. She was disappointed when she found the son of Yondaime Hokage was a jerk who ignored everything. She joined her friend who was a member of Uchiha Sasuke fan club. She was a fangirl until 2 years ago. She remembered how the emotionless boy crushed a group of bullies with ease. Her eyes were opened that day. She started to train to become a better ninja, a stronger ninja. Because she realized one thing. In the shinobi world, might ruled everything. If you are weak, there is no hope to survive. Aburame Shino was a member of Aburame clan. His clan valued rationality in making decision and he agreed. He watched every situation with neutral position and made decisions best for all of the ones involved. Therefore, why did he stood still when he saw Uzumaki Naruto engaged in a battle against a group of students? The answer was because it was logical. His Kikaichu warned him not to engage the boy in hostile manner. He obeyed. He questioned his Kikaichu why did they feared the boy. They answered that he was an unknown. As the team announcement was made, he made sure to follow his plan. If he was on the same team as Uzumaki Naruto, a negotiation and alliance would be preferred. If not, engage Uzumaki Naruto with caution and only when necessary. Yamanaka Ino was a member of Yamanaka clan. She would admit that she was a girl before she was a kunoichi. She admired Uchiha Sasuke, the Hokage's brother. Or at least that was what people believed. She was not a fangirl. Her father just told her that deception was one of the greatest tools a shinobi have. Secretly, she admired Uzumaki Naruto, the enigma, more than she admired Sasuke. Not to the extent of obsessing about him. She admired how he acted calm and cold in every situation, acting like true shinobi her father told her long ago. When he was attacked 2 years ago, she was worried. She saw as he ruthlessly broke the bullies' future as shinobi. She was amazed. Her admiration grew. As she thought about him, she wondered what would it be like if they were on the same team. She decided that it would be interesting. Nara Shikamaru was a member of Nara clan. He thought that life was troublesome. He was a genius with IQ over 200. He was also a lazy person. His best friend was Akamichi Choji. One of his most troublesome friend was Yamanaka Ino. When his mother ordered him to enter the academy, he thought that it would be troublesome. He was proven right 2 years ago. A group of students tried to mess with the son of Yondaime Hokage. He liked the boy. The boy did not care when he slept through the class. The boy alone was not troublesome, but he seemed to be a magnet that attract troublesome situations. When the group of students were sent to the hospital, he sighed. At the team announcement, he hoped he was not with Naruto. If he was with Naruto, then his life certainly would be troublesome. Akamichi Choji was a member of Akamichi clan. He, like most people of his clan, liked to eat. He liked his friends. His best friend was Nara Shikamaru. One of his friend was Yamanaka Ino. He met the mysterious son of Yondaime Hokage once before academy. They met at Ichiraku Ramen when the boy was given a bowl of ramen completely unlike what Choji had ever seen. The boy took a bite and then saw his expression. The boy offered the ramen to him. He declined and later accepted after the boy insisted. That day, he considered Uzumaki Naruto as his friend. 2 years ago, when his friend was attacked, he was about to help him. But he could do nothing but watch as his friend defeated the group of students without any mercy. That time, he felt scared of his friend. For his friend. Scared of him because of his power. Scared for him because of the loss of his innocence. At the day the team would be announced, he wished to be in a team with Shikamaru and Naruto. Then Shikamaru and he could teach Naruto to relax and to become their friend. Uzumaki Naruto continued to read his book, ignoring other students and Iruka. When he heard Iruka about to announce the teams, he slowed his reading. Iruka opened his mouth and he listened. Chapter 2 Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto stared. Uchiha Sasuke met his stare. Haruno Sakura shook her head in dismay. It has been 3 hours since their team was announced and they waited for their sensei in silence. Sakura wished either one of the boy would speak. The silence was slowly becoming more unbearable. In addition, the atmosphere had gotten more tense since the last hour. She gathered her courage. She had enough of the oppressive atmosphere. Do you know who our sensei is? She asked. She wished she had not asked. The two silent boys turned and stared at her. Sasuke turned away. His face unchanged. She wondered how he kept that expression, or lack thereof, for so long. Sakura turned to her other teammate. The most mysterious one in the team. While Sasuke was well-known cold guy because of his brother's fame, Uzumaki Naruto was a blank page. He was rarely seen in the village, and even then, he would only follow his mother. Even in class he ignored everything. When a sensei asked him a question, he answered tersely and returned to his book. He seemed to evaluate her and then Sasuke. She repeated the question. Finally he opened his mouth. I know. He stared at the Uchiha. The boy was interesting. He noticed in class that the boy would sometimes stare or glare at him. He wondered if this was one of the famous Uchiha attitude that his godfather told him. When he heard his other teammate spoke, he moved his stare towards her. Then he searched what he knew about the girl. Haruno Sakura, a kunoichi from civilian family. All about her were average. The amount of her chakra was smaller than the others. Potentially useful for genjutsu, and Iryo ninjutsu. Then he returned his stare to the other boy. Uchiha Sasuke, a shinobi from Uchiha clan. Brother of Hokage, one of the stronger graduates this year. Chakra larger than average, potentially useful for Sharingan, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Logical team placement, he concluded. While he knew not where he stood in terms of skills, he was aware that he held the position of close-range combatant in the team. However, the problem was the sensei. Why would that person be chosen? When he heard the girl repeating her question, he answered. I know. Seeing the girl's shocked face, and his other teammates' interested eyes, he explained further. Our sensei was one of the Anbu. He is known as one of the strongest jonin in Konohagakure. Hitaki Kakashi. His teammates stared at him. Then the girl seemed to snap out of her shock. Is there anything else you know? She asked. He closed his eyes. Hitaki Kakashi, copy ninja Kakashi, Sharingan no Kakashi. No specialization, however his ninjutsu was considered to be one of the best. One of the candidate for Godime Hokage. Rejected because of his attitude. Known for his habits to arrive late in each meeting, his mask, and the book he always read. Here his teammates seemed to stare at him deadpanned. He wondered why, never realizing that he had the same reputation of reading book. Hair, silver, spiked. Eye, one black, the other kept under his forehead protector, Sharingan. Body type, tall, slightly more muscular than average jonin. Was a member in a team under Namikaze Minato. A prodigy. Graduation age, 5 years old. Chunin age, 6 years old. Jonin age, 13 years old. Created ninjutsu Chidori and enhanced version Reikiri. Then he opened his eyes and stared at the door. Would you like to add anything, Hitaki-san? Naruto asked. His teammates turned to stare at the man who walked to the front of the class. The man's uncovered eye turned into an eye smile. When Uchiha Sasuke heard the girl in his team asked a question, he felt a trace of surprise. He thought she was a fangirl. But she had not approached him yet. Instead she asked about their sensei. When he heard the Uzumaki answering, he was even more surprised. He thought the boy would ignore her. Instead he answered. He listened to the description of his new sensei. His eyes widened. Why did the sensei have a Sharingan? The Sharingan was the birthright of Uchiha clan. It was unthinkable for him to hear someone who was not Uchiha possessing a Sharingan. Why did his father and brother allow a non-Uchiha to possess a Sharingan? He resolved to ask them after he was home. When the boy turned to the door and called their sensei, he was surprised and turned towards the door in shock. He did not even knew their sensei was there, and the Uzumaki sensed him with his eye closed. Uchiha Sasuke was intrigued. Hitaki Kakashi is late and he knew it. He was visiting the memorial stone. Visiting Obito, Rin and his sensei. He told them happily that he was chosen to be sensei's son sensei. He told them that there was an Uchiha too, one of Obito's relative. The other one was a girl. When he heard that, he hoped she was not a fangirl. He hoped that she was a kunoichi like Rin. He told them that he observed his team for a few days. His team was similar with theirs. But they were different. The Uchiha was the brother of the Hokage. And he wanted to surpass his brother. He heard that the Haruno girl was a fangirl. But when he observed her training, he supposed that she had stopped being a fangirl. Sensei's son is the interesting one. He seemed to ignore everything. He lacked love for his village. And yet he had a way to attract people. He heard that sensei's son saved the Hyuga heiress. It was impressive how a young boy managed to stop a shinobi from escaping when he was young. The heiress seemed to like him. He heard that sensei's son had beaten a group of delinquents 2 years ago. He did it with ease. As expected, he was trained by the Sanins and his mother after all. He was absorbed in his talk with his sensei and teammates. That was why he failed to sense someone standing behind him. He suddenly felt pain as his head was smacked. He turned around. Kushina stood behind him. He smiled, not that she could see it. It was hidden behind his mask after all. Kushina-san, how are you today? He greeted. What are you doing here? The Uzumaki asked angrily. Visiting the memorial stone, would you like to join? Kakashi offered. He was sure that she would like to speak with sensei. You were supposed to be at the academy 3 hours ago. She exploded. How did you know that? Kakashi asked. My son's clone asked me who his sensei was. He told me that his sensei's name was Hatake Kakashi. After telling him about you, I decided to search for you. You go to the academy now, or I'll drag you there myself. Calm down. He smiled. I was about to go there. He stood and walked away from the memorial stone. By the way, when did Naruto ask you about me? 1 hour ago. When my son asked a question, I need to answer it as complete as I can or he won't stop asking. Kushina's face grew serious. Kakashi, I know that you are Minato's student, but don't treat Naruto like Minato's son. He disliked it. Treat him normally instead, or he will ignore you. Just like how ignored most of the village. Is it because he feels like he is in sensei's shadow? Kakashi asked curiously. I don't know, Kushina answered sadly. Orochimaru told me that he hated being treated as Minato's son. But he didn't tell me anything else. Quote. Orochimaru is a traitor who abandoned the village, Kakashi pointed out. Kushina sighed. Orochimaru is my son's best friend. Naruto told me when he was young that his only friend was Orochimaru. Alright, I'll treat him like a normal genin instead of sensei's son. As Kakashi moved to the academy, he wondered whether he could do that. Naruto was a splitting image of his sensei after all. Just when he was about to enter, he heard his sensei's Naruto's voice. Naruto described him to his teammates. When he replayed his conversation with Kushina, he wondered whether those data were really gathered just 1 hour ago. He entered the room. Would you like to add anything, Hatake-san? His other 2 students snapped their attention towards him. I smiled. This team would be interesting indeed. Even though Hatake Kakashi said that his team would be interesting a few hours ago, he wondered whether it was a good thing. His mind replayed to his student's introduction. I am Uchiha Sasuke, I don't have any likes. I dislike idiots. I have an ambition to surpass my brother. While Uchiha Sasuke could have an attitude adjustment, it was normal for Uchiha to act like that. At least he has a drive. My name is Haruno Sakura, I like my friend, Ino. I dislike people who insult me and my friends. My hobby is to play trivia games. My goal is to be a good kunoichi. The girl is still innocent, but she wanted to become a good kunoichi. He would see whether she really is serious or not. The problematic part was Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The team waited for him to continue. That's it. What about your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and goal? Kakashi asked. Naruto just stared. Information is important. I do not wish to share any information with people I do not trust. But Naruto-san. Naruto turned to the pink-haired kunoichi. She faltered. Naruto, if you don't share any information, how could all of you become a good team? I have no need for teammates. Friends. I have no need for friends. Training partner. I have no need for training partners. Kakashi sighed. With Naruto like this, how could Team 7 have any chance to pass the bell test? How could he make Naruto understand the benefits of having a strong bonds? He was about to tell Naruto that his father had good teammates when he was young. But he managed to stop himself. Kushina's warning sounded in his head. He thought about what he knew about Naruto and tried to find anything to appeal his interest. He found it. Naruto, you know about the legendary Sannin, right? He asked. Naruto nodded. The Sannin, consisted of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, were famed for their abilities and great teamwork. Are you aware about how did they receive the name? Naruto answered, the Sannin fought against Hanzo of the Salamander, one of the strongest shinobi, and survived during the Second Great Shinobi War. Yes, they survived because of their teamwork. They assisted one another. It was told that if together, the current Sannin would be unbeatable. Naruto stared. I concede that teamwork is useful. However, I have no need for it. I have no plan to stay in this team for long. You plan to become a Chunin as fast as possible, Kakashi commented. Naruto nodded. However, to pass the Chunin exam, you need a solid teamwork. And without trust, that will not be achieved. I will do it. I will not rely on others. I will pass the exam alone, Naruto declared. His eyes shined with cold determination. Without a doubt, he is sensei and Kushina's son. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke and Sakura just stared at them. Naruto, without a team you will not survive. If it was not for my teammate, Uchiha Obito, I will not stand here before all of you. Naruto stared, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I was about to be killed, but my friend pushed me out of the way. He gave me his Sharingan as a gift, and without it, I wouldn't survive most of my battles in the war. Without my friend, I would not become a shinobi like I am now. Bonds helps you grow. Bonds will make you stronger. Uzumaki Naruto. Likes, mother. Dislikes, nothing. Hobby, training, gardening. Goal, to become a Hokage, Naruto stated. Kakashi smiled. While he could be cold, it seems that Naruto would not ignore a good advice. Although, he needs to be convinced first. Becoming Hokage was interesting information though. Perhaps he wished to surpass his father like Sasuke and his brother. A bell test is still impossible now. He would pass them without a test. However, later when they would enter Chunin exam, he would test them. To see whether they have grown or not. Good. Tomorrow, we will meet again in Training Ground 3. I will test each of you. After that, we can decide on our team schedule. He stood up, his team following. I promise I will help all of you achieve your goal. Remember this, in the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. His team seemed to ponder about the words. Sakura smiled. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lightened with interest. Team 7, dismissed. In the end, he supposed that his team was not so bad after all. They are young. They could grow. It was his responsibility to assist them in their shinobi life. He will not fail. He will not fail them like he did with Obito. With Rin. With his sensei. His promise to help them reach their goal was genuine. And he will do it. Uzumaki Naruto walked to his home in silence. He thought about his sensei's words. Was it true, that a team is needed? That bonds will help him? If they were true, then he would be mistaken. When Naruto reached his home, he saw his mother waiting for him, smiling. He pushed the thoughts away. After their dinner, he stared at the ceiling of his room. His mind flashed to Orochi's final lesson. Naruto-kun, when you see me with Jiraiya and Tsunade, what did you think? I wondered, why are you tolerating them? Isn't it better to be alone? You are shinobi, you have secrets. With more people, it is harder to keep a secret. Orochimaru's face became serene. He seemed to be lost in his memory. Because Naruto-kun, we are human. And no human can live alone. Naruto wondered whether that was true or not. For now, he would do what Orochi and Hatake-san said. He would try to accept his team. If it was true, then he would concede and accept what they said. If not, then it seems that he was correct after all. Chapter 3: Life of a normal genin team. He ran through the familiar forest. If he remembered correctly, there should be a river beyond this forest. He prepared himself to jump. He leapt. He turned his head and saw his hunters following him. He felt fear. If they caught him, he would be forced to return there. He would not give up. No matter what. Then he felt hands around him. He looked around. He did not sense any hunters near him. How? Then when the two other hunters arrived near him, he knew it was over. I have captured the cat. Naruto's voice echoed around the clearing. Sakura and Sasuke stopped near him, staring at him, surprised. They chased the cat for hours and Naruto just grabbed him like it was nothing. Naruto stared at their faces. He was a little confused. Why would they be so tired? Capturing a simple cat should be an easy task. He decided that he would have to ask Hatake-sensei for additional training. There must be something wrong in their training if they failed to complete such easy mission. Sasuke shook his head. Let's just go. He walked back to the academy, Naruto and Sakura following. It had been 2 weeks since they became a team. Every day, they took a mission then trained the rest of the time. Kakashi stood near the mission assignment desk inside the academy. He felt memories rushing into him as his cage bunshin was dispelled. He reviewed his memories. Sasuke and Sakura did what most novice genins usually did. They chased Tora after seeing it. Without any plan, Kakashi thought and at first did the same, but he suddenly decided to follow them in the shadow. When the cat turned its attention to Sasuke and Sakura, he took that chance to capture it. Impressive as always, and therein lies the problem. Naruto is too efficient. When they received a task to paint a wall, Naruto made sure they painted in order as he commanded. The end result was impressive, but it took too long. And the wall was just a normal wall of a civilian house. In their babysitting mission, Naruto made sure that the children received enough nutrition in their foods. He also made sure they learned basic knowledge he deemed necessary. The problem was that the children were unable to understand his teaching. Learning from these missions, he concluded that Naruto lacked common sense or at least a sense of normalcy. He wondered what could he do to make Naruto more human. They have grown since their first meeting. Sasuke, who was focused on surpassing his brother, now are able to work together with Naruto and Sakura. Sakura was already normal from the start, she just grew stronger and more responsible after his order to learn medical techniques. Naruto. Well, Naruto showed more emotion and started to get angry when annoyed enough. Not bad, before he would just ignore everyone, but lately he gave reaction when he was talked to. Most of it were annoyances though. He looked at the list of missions left. The only missions left are useless in this matter. No other choice but training then. Kakashi sighed. He heard the sound of footsteps. It seemed that his team had returned. When they gave the cat to the owner, Naruto saw the cat being embraced tightly. He felt a bit of pity to the cat but immediately crushed the feeling. He watched as Hatake and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, talked about the next mission they would take. He wondered about the missions. They seemed useless. No mission is useless. Therefore there must be a secret task in it. In the painting mission, he concluded that the secret task was to use the weapons paint correctly to achieve the best result. In the babysitting mission, he concluded that the secret task was to be able to train the children to be useful for the future. In this capturing mission, the secret task would be to train them in hunting enemy shinobi. He gave a small nod to himself. That must be it. Kakashi suddenly felt the urge to cry. He turned to the genins. Sarutobi already gave him permission to take C-rank mission. For now, he will train them. The rest is up to them. He motioned them to follow him to their training ground. The training ground with the memorial stone. The training ground 3. His eye glinted when Naruto asked for a harder training on their way to the ground. When he heard Sasuke and Sakura groans, his eye glinted even more dangerously. Even Sasuke, who trained hard to surpass his brother, could not match Naruto's enthusiasm. Harder training, he said. He would gladly oblige. That day, Team 7 knew hell. Naruto laid on the ground near his house. He trained there every day. However, today his body was about to burst. He never knew training could be so tiring. He supposed that was the difference between training alone and training with a sensei. Hatake was a ruthless taskmaster. He ordered them to run around Konoha walls, then he ordered them to go through a training ground full of traps. After that he taught them taijutsu, then ninjutsu, then genjutsu, and returned back to the running around the walls. The cycle continued. It opened his eyes. He is weak. Compared to someone such as Kakashi, he is a weakling. Naruto swore he would become stronger. Strong enough to survive the training. Strong enough to match Kakashi. Strong enough to wipe that damn eye smile on that Cyclops face. As he fell asleep, Naruto did not even think how much he changed after 2 weeks with his team. When Sasuke entered the Uchiha clan compound, his mother immediately took him to his bed. It was quite a normal reaction. After all, he looked like he was about to die. When his mother babied him in front of his father and brother though, his vitality was restored. Not too much. Just enough to swear revenge to Kakashi. That damned scarecrow. After she arrived to her home, Sakura is glued to her bed. All of her body ached. She was given less strenuous training, but she asked for more training as she felt she needed to catch up with the boys. She wondered whether that was a mistake when Kakashi's eye glowed with glee. Now she knew it was a mistake. She resolved to learn more medical techniques. If she learned all of them, sooner or later she would find it. Her new goal in life. To castrate a one-eyed sadist. Hitaki Kakashi shivered while he was reading his book. He thought about it. Could someone be plotting a revenge against him? He decided, no. There is no way someone would hate him. After all, he was kind enough to give his genin a taste of what they would go through if they joined Anbu. There is no way someone would hate such kind person. Hitaki Kakashi smiled. Perhaps tomorrow he would give them the same training. After all, they survived today. Within 1 week, Team 7 managed to set several new records. First, running around Konoha on the wall every day. 10 rounds in the morning, 10 in the evening. Second, record time of capturing Tora the cat. The cat seemed to be unable to sense Naruto. Third, and personally for Kakashi, the best, Team 7 were the first to hear Naruto use a foul language. It was, "I'll kill you one day, bastard," to his beloved sensei. Fourth, the first genin team this year to accept an A-rank mission. And completed it without any assistance. How did this happen? The Hokage, Uchiha Itachi asked. Team 7 stood in the Hokage's office with said Hokage and 2 missing nins. Kakashi rubbed his head. Well, it was an interesting story. I have time, the Hokage answered. All of it started when we accepted C-rank mission to escort a bridge builder to Nami. We met in front of Konoha's main gate. That day was the genin's first C-rank mission. We already met with our client Tazuna. It was a good meeting. I am not a midget. Naruto, put that kunai away. Which part of that was a good meeting? Itachi asked. It was a good meeting, Kakashi repeated firmly. After the good meeting, we went to Nami. On the way, we were suddenly attacked by the nefarious demon brothers. Hitaki, you are a shinobi, not a storyteller, Itachi pointed out. Agreed, Kakashi was stabbed. His team betrayed him and agreed with the Hokage. How could they? He conveniently forgot that all Konoha shinobi should obey the Hokage. After the great and cool Jonin defeated the demon brothers, we found out that Nami was terrorized by the tyrant Gado. Unable to turn away from their plight, the handsome devil Kakashi agreed to help the poor village. Then he heroically with his 3 sidekicks fought and destroyed Gado's army. Nami was freed and the hero Kakashi returned triumphantly to Konoha. The office was filled with silence. Hitaki-sensei, Naruto trailed off. Kakashi grinned behind his mask. He managed to make Naruto speechless. Another new record. He truly is the great, cool and badass Kakashi. You are stupid, his pink-haired student insulted him bluntly. He felt as if his body was struck with his own Raikiri. Can any of you give me a clear report? Itachi asked the genins. And why there are 2 unknown shinobi here? Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto. He nodded. When the demon brothers attacked, Sasuke, Sakura and I defeated them. Hitaki-sensei appeared after he lazed around somewhere. I did not laze around. I was merely watching to see whether my cute little genins can win against the enemies or not. After the lazy scarecrow appeared, we found out from Tazuna about Gado. We decided that we should continue the mission. Kakashi had full confidence in us. On our way, we were attacked by Zabuza. You were their enemy then? Itachi asked the missing nin. Yes, Zabuza answered. Haku and I accepted a mission from Gado to assassinate the bridge builder. I assume there is a good explanation for your presence here? Itachi asked, one of his eyebrow raised. There is. Please allow me to continue, Hokage-sama. Itachi nodded. The clearly delusional Jonin again allowed us to fight alone against the A-rank missing nin, demon of Kurigakure, Zabuza. We were defeated quite soundly. Then the lazy sensei stepped in and in his words, heroically saved his cute little genins. Zabuza was about to be defeated. However, Haku saved him from his death. I assume you are Haku-san? Itachi asked the other shinobi. The shinobi nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yuki Haku. It is an honor to meet you. Itachi nodded. survivor of Bloodline Massacre. Haku flinched but nodded again. Continue, Itachi commanded Naruto. After that, there was nothing more to be said. We trained in preparation for another battle against Zabuza. We fought on the bridge that was being built, and after our victory, Gato appeared. He was planning to betray Zabuza and Haku. Because all of us were tired, we decided to work together and defeated Gato's army of mercenaries. When we returned to Konohagakure, we offered Zabuza and Haku a place in Konohagakure as an exchange for their loyalty. They agreed, and here we are. I would like to repeat again, other than distracting Zabuza and training us, our esteemed sensei did nothing in duration of this mission. I see. Is there anything else you would like to add? Itachi asked Sasuke and Sakura. And no, Sasuke turned away, face red. Sasuke, Itachi asked. What Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun here forgot to say was that Haku met with Sasuke before we fight. I don't know what they were talking about, but they seemed to be close now, Sakura reported with smile. Itachi allowed himself to smirk. It seems that this is something I must inform mother. Itachi, Sasuke growled. Sasuke-kun, that is no way to talk to Hokage-sama, Haku admonished. Sasuke growled but said nothing. In addition, Sakura added, the bridge was named the Great Naruto Bridge. How did that happen? Itachi asked. Naruto encouraged the grandson of the bridge builder, Kakashi answered. He said, your father died as a hero. My father did too. In my whole life, people always compared me with him. Now, my goal is to surpass him. Will you try to surpass your father and become a hero? Or will you die as nothing? Think of your mother. If you died as nothing, won't she be disappointed? Gather your courage, lead the village, raise an army, raise your army against Gato's army. The office was filled with silence. Zabuza laughed. Kid, are you trying to be a motivational speaker? He asked Naruto. Naruto blushed. Quite an impressive speech, Naruto-san, Haku praised. Naruto blushed even more. I am so proud of my student. Kakashi pretended to wipe a tear from his eye. Naruto wished he could disappear. Naruto-kun really is a kind person, Sakura commented with a grin. Naruto pretended he could disappear. Sasuke smirked at him. Naruto shut himself off from the world. Naruto-san, Itachi called. Naruto and the others turned their attention to him. Would you like to write my speech? It's a B-rank mission. Naruto groaned. The others laughed at his misfortune. Jokes aside, I am pleased you returned to Konoha now, Itachi informed them. Why is that, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked. Hitaki Kakashi, commander of Team 7, Itachi stated formally, would you like to enter Team 7 to the Chunin exam? Chapter 4 Chunin exam. After their business with the Hokage, Zabuza and Haku stayed behind to discuss their position in Konoha. The great and badass Kakashi, forever immortalized as that damn scarecrow, in his student's mind informed the three cute little genins about the upcoming Chunin exam. Unfortunately, it seems that because of their mission to Nami, they just barely made it in time for the exam. The exam was tomorrow, he told them. Their reactions varied. A face full of shock from Sakura. Eyes full of anticipation from Sasuke. A lifted eyebrow from Naruto. After that he dismissed them, informing them that they may choose whether they will come or not. He hoped they will. After all, Chunin exam made a good betting event. With Naruto and Sasuke around, he would be the richest Jonin. About Sakura, he cannot deny she has made some progress. However, compared to the two prodigies, he did not even think about whether they would pass or not. After all, they are his cute little students. Anything less than Jinchuriki in the exam is no trouble. What are the chances of a Jinchuriki joining the exam now? Nothing can possibly go wrong. Hitaki Kakashi would learn to regret his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto and his teammates stared at the forms the damned scarecrow gave. He observed his two teammates. The past 2 weeks with them had been pleasant. If he passed the exam, he would be separated from them. Not that he cared. However, he doubted that he could find teammates such as them. They provided adequate supports. That is the only reason he is worried. It is certainly not because he is worried about their feelings. Nodding to himself, he opened his mouth and asked the two. He knew their answer. Shall we join the exam or not? Sasuke definitely was not expecting the silent member of the team to ask that question. True that Uzumaki showed more emotion and talked more after they became a team. But he rarely started a conversation. Even if he did, it was to ask for a spar or training. He thought about the question for a moment. When they became a team, Uzumaki declared that he would pass the Chunin exam alone. And now, the same boy just asked them something that went against his declaration. Some part of him feel proud that Uzumaki decided that Haruno and he are good enough to be his teammates. Though he would never say it outright, he recognized that Uzumaki is stronger than him in some aspects. Haruno too, surpassed both Uzumaki and him in medical knowledge and chakra control. He smirked. Do you even need to ask? Sakura looked at her teammates. They both seemed confident. Naruto's question caught her off guard. The old him would never ask that question. Sakura smiled, the one-eyed bastard's lesson came to her mind. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Sensei, I think we are beginning to understand that now. When Sasuke gave his answer, Sakura smiled. She nodded. Whatever trouble they might face, they will face it together. Because they are a team. And those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. Naruto sat at the roof of his house. A team, he muttered. An image of him, his teammates and Kakashi flashed in his mind. Friends, Orochimaru's proud smile as he mastered a jutsu came to his mind. Followed by the image of Team 7 returning from their mission to Nami. Naruto stared at the moon. He did not know why, but staring at the moon always calmed him down. The moon have always felt familiar. I should go train. Naruto began to stand. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and threw a kunai. Come out, I know you are there. He honestly doubted anyone would appear. When someone did appear, his eyes widened marginally in shock. Kukuku, it has been quite a long time hasn't it, Naruto-kun? The shadow asked. Sasuke and Sakura stood in front of the academy. They were waiting for Naruto. As more and more genins entered the academy, they grew worried. It was unlike Naruto to be late at anything. Did something happen to him? My apologies for being late. A familiar voice sounded and they both turned their heads to the direction of said voice. There stood Naruto with white shirt, black jacket and black pants. What's with the change of clothes? Sakura asked. Usually her teammate would wear white shirt, orange jacket and orange pants. He claimed that they provide excellent stealth training. Sakura thought he just liked the color. There is no reason to limit myself this time. No matter what the test is. No matter who the opponent is. I will crush them without holding back. Sasuke and Sakura understood. Naruto once told his team that the orange clothes he wore was made by his godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin. It was covered with weight seals. His teammates followed his example and began to wear weighted clothing after that. In this exam, Naruto released his weights from the start. Sasuke smirked. You are serious. There is no benefit in holding back in this exam, Naruto stated coldly. Sakura shook her head, smiling. Let's go, there's no more reason to stand around here. Naruto and Sasuke nodded. Together they entered the academy. Team 7 stood before Kakashi. I'm glad all of you decided to come. If any one of you is missing, I would send the others back. This is a team exam after all, Kakashi informed them cheerfully. Team 7 genins just stared blankly. Did something happen? Kakashi asked curiously. When we entered, we saw a group of people making a scene in front of a room covered in genjutsu. We just ignored them, probably some kind of genins trying to trick academy kids, Sakura informed Kakashi. Kakashi's sweat dropped. That was supposed to be an additional test for genins. After that, I was challenged by a strange creature, Sasuke continued. Kakashi blinked. Strange creature? He asked, looking at Naruto, hoping for additional description. A green being with strange hair and massive eyebrows, Naruto described the strange creature. Kakashi's eye widened in recognition. It seems that the rumored cloning of Maida Gaia is a truth. This cannot be allowed to happen. If left alone, his cute little genins could be infected by the shudder, flames of youth. The strange creature was fast enough to defeat Sasuke's speed. We decided to keep Sharingan secret until the right time and so we allowed it to leave with its victory, Naruto stated. Good decision, Kakashi approved their strategy. His mind flashed to when Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Naruto laying down on the bridge with body full of needles. Sasuke stared at the body in shock. And then, he asked. And then, was that a stutter he heard from Naruto? An even stranger creature appeared. Sasuke continued. It seems to be a larger version of the first unidentified creature. They did something that caused a genjutsu. Kakashi winced in sympathy. Sakura's face was pale as ghost. We tried everything Kakashi-sensei but it wouldn't go away. Sakura's stare turned vacant. Team, I congratulate you for surviving a meeting with Maida Guy and his mini-me. Let this be a lesson to you that, eccentric, people such as them could be stronger than you. More like stranger, Sasuke muttered. Well, Kakashi clapped his hand, go into the exam room and make me proud. The team turned serious and nodded. They entered the room. When they entered, all the occupants turned and glared at them. Sakura clenched her fist as some of the genins turned their head away as if dismissing them. Naruto grabbed her hand. She looked at him. He stared back blankly. She relaxed her hand. Hey, Sakura, Ino called the pink-haired kunoichi. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sakura recognized that as a sign of him being annoyed. Don't reveal my name to other villages' genins, Sakura whispered to Ino. Ino had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. As more of their former classmates gathered, Naruto stepped back and hid in the shadow. He scanned the genins in the room. He found 4 people staring at him. Danger. A Kumo kunoichi with blonde hair and black eyes. A cat. A Suna shinobi with red hair and kanji of love on his forehead. A raccoon. A Taki kunoichi, or was it shinobi? With green hair and red eyes. A bug. A Kiri shinobi with black hair that covered one of his eye. A slug. He closed his eyes, wondering why the 4 shinobi seems familiar. He decided not to dwell in that thought. In the end, they are fellow competitors. One way or another, he would have to defeat them. Defeat. Kill. He remembered his first kill. On the bridge. The bridge where he killed Gato. After killing the man, Uzumaki Naruto decided one thing. He disliked killing. It is not because killing is wrong. He knew that killing is a necessity in shinobi life. However, it solves no problem. Even after the disgusting man was killed, Nami did not miraculously fix itself. Nor did the people who died resurrect themselves. Killing is mostly useless. And he hated doing useless things. If I do not have to do it, then I will not, he muttered. Then his eyes grew cold. If I have to do it, then I will. He turned his head to his graduating group. They are talking with a silver-haired man with glasses. The man took out a card with his picture on it. He approached them. The man, Yukushi Kabuto, as he introduced himself, took out the card Inuzuka requested. Information about Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke scowled. He moved to take the card away, but then he saw Uzumaki approaching. He decided to watch. Here it is, Uzumaki Naruto, Jenny, Yukushi began, but the card was taken away. Naruto stared at the card. Then at the man. Then back at the card. Impressive information. Certainly a man such as you is not a mere genin, Uzumaki stated in what Sasuke recognized as shinobi tone. Unfortunately, I have failed this exam 7 times, Yukushi stated while fixing his glasses. Is that so? Uzumaki stared at him. Then it seems that I have underestimated the Chunins in Konoha. Yukushi said nothing while smiling. Sasuke noticed that the genins have become quiet when they saw Uzumaki. He could not blame them. Just several weeks ago, Uzumaki was a giant enigma who never spoke to anyone. And now, he conversed calmly with a stranger, albeit rather coldly. May I have your name? Uzumaki asked. Yukushi Kabuto, Yukushi answered. Very well. Good day, Yukushi-senpai. Do keep my information to yourself, Uzumaki returned the card to the man. You are giving this back to me? Yukushi asked with one eyebrow raised. Destroying it will serve me no benefit. You can easily create a duplicate. And I do not believe a man such as you will keep only one copy of such information. Sasuke had to admit he did not think that. No way that Yukushi only have one copy of the card. Very well, Naruto-san, I accept your request. Have someone raised your curiosity? Yukushi asked. His smile became even wider. Except you, there are 4. Perhaps you are able to guess them. Uzumaki answered with a cold smile. Yukushi said nothing. He handed Uzumaki 4 cards. Uzumaki looked at each one of them. Then he turned to Yukushi. It seems that there is a snake within the tree. Uzumaki stated in a low voice. I suppose it matters not. The storm is a friend of the great snake after all. Yukushi fixed his glasses again while smiling. Sasuke thought about it for a while. Then he decided to let it be. If it's something important, Uzumaki will tell them anyway. No reason to be curious. Everybody has secrets. Uzumaki Naruto stared. Not long after his conversation with Yukushi, the exam began. The proctor of the first exam was Morino Ibiki and he gave them a written test. He stared at the questions before him. Useless. All of them are questions which are useless for shinobi. The questions are not the exam. He discreetly scanned the people around him. Some people immediately wrote the answers as if they already knew the question. Not genin, he decided, probably proctors. Information gathering. The only jutsu he had suited for information gathering was Kage Bunshin. He raised his hand and asked to be escorted to the bathroom. When he arrived to the bathroom, he silently made 2 clones. The 2 clones immediately transformed into ants. After he left the bathroom, one of the clones followed behind him and the escort. The other moved to the grounds in front of the academy. When he sat down on his chair, a sound of screaming could be heard and the grounds in front of the academy exploded. When the proctor's and the genin's attention was caught by the scream and explosion, the clone entered the room, read the answer from one of the proctors and promptly dispelled itself. He met Morino Ibiki's eyes and stared blankly. Morino smirked. He began writing the answer. Not bad. Ibiki stared at the Uzumaki boy. It was impressive for a genin. It might not trick him, however he could not say the same for the chunin proctors around him. When he met his eyes, he thought that the boy would flinch. The boy just stared blankly instead. The boy would certainly be an interesting ninja. Not long after the explosion, the proctors announced that the time was up. The 10th question would be announced. Naruto raised his eyebrow in interest. The eyebrow raised higher when he heard that those who failed to answer the 10th question could never take the exam again. He saw several genins began to panic because of the announcement. Illogical. Morino Ibiki does not have any right to forbid a genin from taking this exam again. He turned around to check his teammates' conditions. Sasuke looked confident. Sakura also seemed to be calm. He nodded at them as an attempt to reassure them. They nodded back. Is there anybody else who want to quit? He turned back to Morino. When there is no answer, he continued. Very well, all the genins here, pass. Among the cries of shock and surprise from the other genins, Uzumaki Naruto gave a little smile to his teammates. They smiled back. Chapter 5 Chunin Exam 2. After the genins calmed down, Ibiki explained the meaning of the 10th question. The first 9 questions were made to test your information gathering skills. The 10th question is the primary test for this part of Chunin exam. Seeing several genins with confused looks, he continued, the final question simulates a mission. When you are tasked a mission, you may or may not have any information. There are cases where your clients lied. There are cases where you are betrayed. However, as a shinobi you may not allow such fear hold you back. As a shinobi there is only one answer to the question. Take the mission. Those who take the mission deserve to be a chunin. At least in terms of mindset. Then Ibiki took off his bandana. When his head was fully exposed, the several genins gasped. Ibiki's heads were full of aftereffects of torture, slash marks, screws, and burns all over his head. To all of you candidates, remember this, information is important. It is what decide a mission success or failure. Protect it with your lives. Ibiki put on the bandana again. Then he narrowed his eyes as a shadow smashed through the window. 2 kunais launched to the sides, revealing a banner. Second stage proctor Mitarashi Anko. Yo brats, don't look so happy just yet, a woman shouted, appearing in front of the banner. The genins blinked in confusion. Ibiki shook his head. Anko, bad timing. The woman, Anko, ignored him. She scanned the genins. 26 teams. Ibiki. You must be losing your touch. Ibiki smirked. There are several outstanding candidates this year. Oh well, anyway you brats, I am the great Mitarashi Anko. Oh god, not another Kakashi. Your second proctor, and I will cut your numbers down at least to half, she declared with a smile. The genins were stunned by the bold declaration. At least half. A duel, tournament? No, tournament stage is usually reserved for the final part of the exam. Closing one of his eye, Naruto decided to stop guessing about the exam and scan the leftover genins. The 4 I watched, here. The snake, here. Konoha genins this year, here. Strange creature, here. Follow me brats. His observation cut short, he looked at his teammates. They stood up and followed the proctor. To wherever the second stage is. That was what went through Uzumaki Naruto's head, and he was sure his teammates also have the same thought. A familiar forest. The same forest Kakashi took them to when he asked for a more intense training. The forest of death, as the bastard scarecrow called it. For them, this is the forest of pain. The place where they suffered for 1 week under the damn Cyclops, watchful, eye. I'm going to kill that scarecrow, Sasuke muttered as he looked at the forest with slight anxiety. Later, he told his teammates, we still need him, for now. Sasuke and Sakura nodded, seeing the forest, their desire to kill or at least maim the scarecrow intensified. Welcome to the forest of death, or as I call it, my playground. Naruto heard a genin made some mocking scared noise. He ignored the genin. They would soon learn to fear the forest. This is going to be hell, isn't it? Sakura asked sadly. Do you expect anything else? Sasuke asked back. No, and that is the sad thing, the pink-haired one answered. Let's just go to the tower as fast as possible, Naruto advised them. They nodded. The tower, as they call it, is the only safe place in the forest. Safe from giant worms, giant bugs, poisonous swamp, poisonous plants and other unmentionables in the forest. Naruto was quite sure if the lurker at the threshold, he read from a book, appeared in the forest, it would be at home. I need you brats to sign this form, to declare us not responsible for your death. That's a familiar form. The damned scarecrow made us sign that too, didn't he? Sasuke asked. Yes, he did, Naruto nodded. They signed the form without saying anything, looking at the genins who signed the forms with a laugh. We won't see them again, right? Sakura asked. We won't. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Sasuke stared at his blonde teammate who shut his eyes while muttering something. Naruto opened his eyes, it is only polite to pray for the soon-to-be deceased. They nodded and joined him in his prayer, never noticing how other genins looked at them strangely. Later, they were given a heaven scroll and was tasked to find an earth scroll to finish the stage. The time limit is 5 days, but Naruto and his teammates knew that the faster they finish this stage, the safer they would be. Currently Team 7 of Konoha are moving like hell possessed through the forest. Move faster, Sasuke shouted. Go, 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 Sakura shrieked. It is getting nearer, Naruto calmly stated, though for Sakura and Sasuke, they could sense slight tremor in his tone. It is their mortal enemy in the forest of death. It is a creature. A snake to be precise. The difference is, said snake have mouth and teeth. And the snake is large enough to eat a tree in forest of death in a single gulp. Naruto called it, Ni. Hoggr. They are quite glad it is Ni. Hoggr who attacked them though. At least they have yet to find FANFICTION and Ratatosker. Last time they met those 3 at once. Let's just say that they are glad Itachi is a protective brother. Without the help of a Hokage, a former Hokage, and several high-level Jonin, they would not survive. Sandaime Hokage told them that when Shodaime Hokage made the Forest of Death, those creatures migrated to the forest. Naruto commented the irony of 3 creatures of Tree of Life would migrate to Forest of Death. Sandaime told him that it has something to do with that mad scientist Tobirama who thought that the squirrel is cute. By the way, for those who don't know Norse mythology, the squirrel is Ratausker, the FANFICTION is an eagle. Sasuke, Sakura, go to the tower. I will stop this thing here, Naruto declared. No Naruto, that's a death flag, Sakura screamed. Don't worry Haruno, he won't die even if it kills him. Sasuke grabbed Sakura and they ran faster to the tower. Naruto watched them disappear deeper to the forest. Then he looked at the beast. He who knows when he can fight and when he cannot, will be victorious, Naruto quoted from a book he read. And it is clear that I will not win now. The knee, Hoggr moved to eat him. The moment its jaw closed, Naruto exploded. Sasuke and Sakura stopped as they heard an explosion from the direction which they came from. Naruto. Sakura quietly watched as smoke rose from the forest. What are you doing behind us? That was a clone, Naruto stated. Let's go. Sakura sighed. The current Naruto is more human than the old one, but his jokes are rather unique. Haruno, let's go before our Fulnir or Ratausker come. Sakura nodded and they continued their path to the tower. By the way, weren't they supposed to be contained? Deeper in the forest of death, Anko cursed. Who the hell released the beasts? She shouted at a group of sheepish-looking Jonins and Kakashi who kept reading his book. Well, I was about to lock them away, but my book caught fire so I panicked and let the seal go, Kakashi reported. That was my fault actually. Kurenai startled me and I accidentally dropped my cigarette, Asuma continued. You told me to stop him from smoking, Anko. So I grabbed him, Kurenai informed her. Anko was about to shout but her voice was drowned by the sound of explosion. What was that? Kurenai asked, looking at the smoke. Judging from the chakra, that would be Naruto. Kakashi closed his book. Clone explosion probably. It is his favorite technique to escape from the three monsters. How come a genin know about the monsters? Asuma asked, shocked. Well, funny story about that. Welcome to your new training grounds. The Forest of Death. It seems that his cute little genins are a little skeptical about this forest. That won't do. That won't do at all. He ushered them into the forest. Unfortunately, it seems that the great and cool Kakashi forgot one thing. And that is, Anko asked. Let me continue. The new Ika Paradise came out today. Kakashi. Fine. He forgot that the monsters are unchained that day. He just sent his cute little genins to a forest where those three monsters dwell. Of course he would not let them die. As fast as lightning he informed his findings to the Hokage. He could testify that he had never seen the Hokage move that fast. Not as fast as the great Kakashi, of course. Kakashi. With his new party members, the hero Kakashi accepted the main quest. Main quest? Save the genins. He and his party journeyed to the murky forest of death. Lo and behold. He saw his cute little genins working together to survive against the three dangerous beasts. He shed a tear, proud of how they managed to bond together just in a short while inside this forest. However, those monsters cannot be allowed to terrorize his genins anymore. He conveniently forgot that he was the cause of their trouble. The gallant Kakashi jumped to the fight and heroically saved his students from dangers. After that, he finally got his new Ika Paradise as the quest reward. Kakashi. Kurenai sounded empty. Wow, just wow. Asuma shook his head. Is that a tear Kakashi saw from his eye? Anko is speechless. Indeed. They must be stunned by the tale of heroic Kakashi. The Kakashi Quest 21. Well, let's just seal them back, shall we? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. It must be Kakashi's fault, Sakura concluded. Yes, the scarecrows, Naruto agreed. Usually he would wait for some evidences before concluding something, however, he instinctively know that this must be the one-eyed bastard's fault. Hitaki's, even Sasuke agreed. Somewhere, Kakashi felt a sudden urge to cry. Brats, surrender your scrolls, an Omegakure genin demanded. Unfortunately, the genin wore an eye patch covering one of his eye. Even more unfortunate is that his teammate wore a mask and have spiky hair. To add another insult to the injury, the last teammate of theirs read an Ika book while giggling. Hitaki might not be here but... Sasuke began. Sakura cracked her knuckles. Close enough, Naruto jumped. The AIM team stood no chance. When they entered the tower, they were surprised to find another team there. The woman with blonde hair and black eyes that Naruto saw, a man with similar blonde hair and black eyes, and the last a man with tan skin, white hair and black eyes. They scanned each other. Kumogakure team, Sakura observed. Sasuke, Sakura, they are dangerous but, the woman is the most dangerous one. Be careful, Naruto advised. Understood, Sasuke knew that Naruto must have a reason to tell them that. Naruto is not the type to tell them anything unless he is sure about it. Naruto's mind flashed to the card Kabuto gave him. Jinchuriki. His mother is one. He knew better than most how dangerous they are. His mother told him stories about how when raged, she would lose consciousness and woke up finding the area destroyed. Nibby, he muttered. He saw the woman's eyes widen. Didn't expect such enhanced hearing. Could be dangerous, but could be useful. A plan forming in his head to fight the Nibby's Jinchuriki. Let us go, Sakura, Sasuke. Team 7 entered the tower, being watched by the Kumogakure team all the while. Naruto sat in the room provided for the candidates. Naruto looked up to see Sakura handing him a glass of water. We have 5 free days in here. The beasts, he asked. It would be troublesome if the beasts raged around while the exam progressed. Contained, Sensei told me when I saw him. Naruto gave a sigh of relief. He is here. Sakura nodded. I will talk to him. He stood and left the room. Just as he closed the door, he was greeted by the person he was looking for. Yo. Sensei. We need to talk. Naruto motioned him to follow. Kakashi grew serious. Anything that can make Naruto call him sensei must be serious. Jinchuriki. From anything that Kakashi expected, this was not one of them. Which one? Kakashi asked. Kumogakure, blonde-haired woman, Nibby. Tsunagakure, red-haired boy, Ikibi. Takigakure, green-haired girl, Nanabi. Kurigakure, black-haired man, Rokubi. Naruto listed. How did you come across this information? Kakashi asked. When I saw them, I thought they felt familiar. It was probably because mother is one. So you can sense Jinchuriki? Kakashi asked for confirmation. Perhaps. I will inform Hokage-sama. How dangerous are they? Unknown. Nibby's Jinchuriki is at least low Jonin. Can you subdue her? Kakashi asked. I have some seals Jiraiya gave me. If they use their Biju, I can stop them. Naruto's eyes answered the rest. But you may not survive. Possible. We should call Jiraiya. Naruto said nothing, already knowing that it is the inevitable result of their conversation. Side story. Ni, Hoggr, Vey, are Fulnir and Ratatosker. After Nohagakure was built, Senju Hashirama brought Senju Tobarama to the forest he had grown. Look Tobarama, beautiful is it not? Tobarama watched the forest in boredom, boring. There's no cool animal around. Can you bring some giant monsters around? Like a lizard that can breathe fire or a giant bird of prey? Hashirama laughed, used with his brother's eccentric self. Why don't you find some? You can bring them here if you want, Hashirama told him. He regretted it when he saw Tobarama's eyes glowing. Really? However, as an older brother, he must act like a man. Yes, you can bring anything here. I promise. All right. 6 months later, Hashirama regretted his promise. Where did you find a squirrel this big? Hashirama asked, looking at the giant creature in front of him. It was on the big tree overseas. It seemed lonely so I brought it here. You promised right? Tobarama asked like a child. Hashirama wished he could scream to his brother and demanded what insanity spawned him. However, he realized that this brother of his is the mad scientist who created a resurrection jutsu just because his pet cat died. That jutsu would later be found and used as a tool of war while that cat would later be found and named Tora. Fine, just make sure it does not harm anyone. With that said, Tobarama placed the squirrel into the forest. Some years after that, the population of the forest grew larger with additional large snake and large eagle. To this day, no one but the Senju know where they came from. Side story. Kakashi Quest 22. The hero Kakashi was given a dangerous quest. To defeat the raging monsters inside the forest of death. To survive this dangerous task, the hero Kakashi made a party. The party is consisted of the smoker Asuma, smoker. The bondage mistress Kurenai, its genjutsu mistress. The snake charmer Anko, not bad. And that man. That man who have survived hundreds missions. That man who lived within the hearts of many women. That man who is very kind and caring towards his cute little students. The great and badass. Kakashi the hero. Together with his servants, Kakashi the hero moved through the deep forest, their eyes seeking the targets. Suddenly he sensed a disturbance at the force. It is as if a group of Omegakure genin suddenly screamed in terror and were silenced. However, sealing the foul beasts is his main mission. The sub-quests could wait until later. They are here. As his party faced the terrible three, Kakashi thought about how proud his students will be when they knew how heroic he looked now. In another part of the forest, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto sneezed. They blamed Kakashi. Chapter 6 Chunin Exam 3. The 5 days passed without any trouble. Now the surviving team stood before the Hokage and several Jonins. His eyes narrowed when he saw the Kumogakure Jonin. A bull. Naruto's eyes narrowed even further when he saw Jiraiya standing at the back. Naruto checked the teams. Konohagakure. Team 7. Team 8. Team 10. Team Guy. Kakashi told him to call them that. Team Kabuto. Sunagakure. Team Ikibi. Kumogakure. Team Nibi. Kurigakure. Team Rokubi. Takigakure. Team Nanabi. Otogakure. Team Oto. 10 teams. 30 genins. The last stage of Chunin exam is usually a tournament. There are too many. I would like to congratulate you for passing the second test, Itachi stated. When he spoke, Naruto could see how he became a Hokage. He was completely different from how he usually spoke with Team 7. However, before we move on, I would like to inform all of you the purpose of this exam. This exam is the answer to the attempted peace of Shinobi lands. This exam's purpose is to replace war. Itachi scanned the genins. Tell me, how do the clients know which village is the best? The genins did not answer. The answer is through a display of strength. This exam is one of them. A stage to display the strength of next generation members of each village. Those of you who stood here before me possess potential. Potential to help your villages grow. By showing your skills to the leaders, to the people, the fame of your village will grow and therefore, the wealth will also grow. This is the battle for your village. And therefore, your lives will be at stake. In this exam, while killing is not encouraged, killing is allowed. The genins looked at each other. Naruto thought about the words. Basically, instead of proving their superiority in wars, the villages prove their superiority through contests. This contest is one of them. That explained why the old Chunin test was replaced by this. Long ago the last test was to bring the 4-leaf red clover from Akagahara. But now, it was changed into tournament. A tournament of death. And now, I would like to inform you that you may not rest just yet. The genins snapped to attention hearing that. Some of them looked outraged. There are too many of you. We will cut down the numbers by entering preliminary stage. The Jonin Gecko Hayate will explain. A pale sickly man moved to the front. Thank you Hokage-sama. Now before we begin, is there any of you who want to quit? Hayate asked. 2 members of Taki team and Kiri team raised their hands. The vessels, teams. Interesting. 26 left. Hearing no more answer, Hayate nodded. Very well then, he coughed. The preliminary stage is a one-on-one battle. If you would like to surrender, you may. We would like to avoid needless death. The board behind him began to move. That board will decide the first 2 fighters. All the genins looked at the board. Immediately the current batch of Konoha genins gasped. Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto stood at the ring calmly, waiting for the Inuzuka. The Inuzuka in question is currently talking with his sensei. Kiba-kun, it might be better for you to forfeit. Kurenai advised her student. She knew what happened in the academy. She is worried that Kiba might not be able to handle the emotional strain of facing the Uzumaki again. Sensei, I can do this, Kiba shouted. Since he saw Naruto again, still with the same blank face he had in the academy, his desire to get even increased. Especially when he remembered his friends who can no longer become a ninja thanks to the blonde-haired bastard. Naruto watched as Kiba jumped to the arena, Akamaru besides him. This time I'll beat you, Kiba declared. Naruto stared at the boy blankly for a while. He thought about his plan to face the Inuzuka. He need a way to win quickly and he have to win without revealing his fighting style. He found what he need. He smiled. When Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi saw the smile they muttered a quick prayer for the Inuzuka. Kakashi also thanked whoever watching over him for the easy money he is about to get. Kiba might need some help after this, Sakura commented. What do you mean Sakura? Ino asked her. Uzumaki never fight directly, he preferred to play mind games in a fight. When we fought an enemy shinobi once, he spent the entire battle mocking him and after some time, cast several genjutsu and beat the shinobi, Sasuke stated. Isn't that his fighting style? Shikamaru asked. No, this time, it was Kakashi who answered. Naruto always fight with genjutsu and mind games. He admitted that his genjutsu is weak compared to his ninjutsu and taijutsu. He could be lying about that, Choji pointed out. Maybe. Start. Kiba-kun, do you actually believe you can defeat me? Naruto asked mockingly. Kiba was stunned. He did not expect Naruto to mock him, he thought the boy would simply stare at him and fight. Really? You did? That's foolish, idiotic. How about I turn you into a cripple this time, Kiba-kun? Just like your friends. Who were their names again? I can't seem to remember. I don't make it a habit to remember Trash's names. Kiba saw red. How dare this bastard mock his friends? Akamaru. The dog jumped. Giju Ninpo. Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation beast ninja art. 4 legs technique. Kiba's look turned feral, he growled. Giju Ninpo. Jujin Bunshin. Imitation beast ninja art. Beast human clone. Akamaru transformed into Kiba and followed its master's lead. Naruto watched them, his visage turned back to his usual blank look. If my guess is correct, then the next would be Gatsuga. Fang passing Fang. Kiba and Akamaru leapt. They spun and created drills resembling tornadoes which moved in high speed towards Naruto. Naruto heard Sakura call his name in worry. He felt a bit insulted that she believed he would be harmed by the predictable technique. He moved just as the drill crushed the place where he stood. He took out a kunai. Just as 2 shadows rose from behind the smoke, he dashed and struck one of them with the blunt end of his kunai. Then he retreated just as the other Inuzuka tried to attack him. That was the real one, he stated. And indeed it was. The Inuzuka who tried to attack him transformed back into Akamaru and moved beside its master protectively. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate declared. That was fast, Naruto, Kakashi commented as Naruto stood beside his team. Inuzuka Kiba was predictable. Gatsuga and most other Inuzuka's techniques required a preparation to avoid being unbalanced after the attack. In his rage, he has forgotten that. He attacked blindly and lost his balance. Akamaru, who is a dog, managed to regain its balance but Kiba did not. Naruto watched as Kiba was taken by his sensei to the spectators' area. That is how you know which one to attack and then end the match instantly, Sasuke concluded. Indeed. You didn't hurt him too bad, did you? Sakura asked him. No, there was no need. While I will not apologize for crippling his friends, I have no interest in old grudge. He harmed what is mine, I harmed what is his. That is it. Naruto closed his eyes. That's so like you, Naruto, Kakashi cheerfully commented. Naruto said nothing. There's the next match, Sasuke stated as he saw the board stopped shuffling. Aburame Shino vs Nara Shikamaru. The 2 Konoha genins took their position. Start. The match began and Shikamaru threw several kunais which were deflected by the Aburame. They stopped and looked at each other. After a tense silence, Shino raised his hand. I forfeit, Shino stated. Why, you ask? Because it is clear that in a battle against Nara within an enclosed space as this arena is a disadvantage. In addition, as Shikamaru-san have finished preparing his trap using the kunais he threw. It is because by using that kunais, he could prepare many shadows within his territory which will end in my defeat. Troublesome, was all Shikamaru said. Amusing, Naruto commented. Rather than amusing, more like boring, Sakura shook her head and sighed. That is not true. Aburame made a good point. When fighting against a Nara in a room, it is best to win as fast as possible. They are able to control anything within their shadows. And in turn, Nara needs to win before Aburame placed his bugs on him. The strange thing here is that the Aburame did not use his bugs. Naruto closed his eyes again. Probably because of the Jinchuriki. The bugs are panicking, especially because of Nanabi. Quite an unfair situation for the Aburame. However, this is a good lesson. Aburame clan is not effective against a Jinchuriki. Uchiha Sasuke vs Akamichi Choji. The fighters moved to their respective positions. The Akamichi seemed to be determined. Probably bribed by foods. Start. Now, Uchiha Sasuke admit that he is not a fan of mind games like his certain teammate. However, he accepted that sometimes taunting your enemies may help in a battle. And faced with an enemy with easy berserk button as this, Uchiha Sasuke see this as a great chance to test his teammate's tactic. "Shall we begin, Fat One?" he asked, ominously. Mentally he winced, that one sounded bad even in his mind. No matter how bad it sounded, it worked. The Akamichi charged at him like a raging bull. He smirked. Meanwhile in the spectator area. "Sensei." "Yes, Naruto. Is my desire to punch Uchiha normal?" he asked expressionlessly. "Is it because his bad taunt?" "Yes. Then it's normal." "Understood." Sasuke shuddered. He felt someone's killing intent. "It is fine. It's not like his teammates are angry at him or something." Now, the second thing he learned from his blonde teammate is to hide his fighting style. "That means no jutsu," he smirked as a plan appeared in his head. "Baika no jutsu, Nikuden Sensha, multi-size technique, human bullet tank." The Akamichi grew rounder and rolled at him. Sasuke wondered what will happen if the Akamichi is stabbed. Will air come out? And an evil idea spawned itself in the Uchiha's brain. When the Akamichi got close, he jumped. As expected, the Akamichi crashed into the wall. The round ninja spun around as if drunk. Sasuke dashed and kicked the boy up to the ceiling. He predicted the crash site and placed his hand in a tiger seal. He heard Sakura's gasp in surprise. He heard Kakashi's giggle. And he heard Naruto's growl. He is sure Kakashi will add that to Team 7's record. However, he has a mission. A mission he must do. His eyes glinted. Kanahagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi, Senin Garashi. Kanahagakure Hiden Secret Taijutsu Technique, 1000 Years of Death. He supposed the world stopped. At least that was what he felt. When the Akamichi went back to the sky with guts of wind, he felt victorious. Seeing Naruto's twitching face made it sweeter. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Even the referee was stunned by how he won the battle. "I'll kill him," Naruto growled. You know it got serious when Naruto started to speak like that. Sakura shook her head with a smile. Now Naruto-kun, you can't blame Sasuke for wanting to be a cool shinobi like your sensei here," Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto felt a flashback of pain from his genin exam. He had never been humiliated like that before. Kanahagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi, Senin Garashi. Just hearing the techniques name made him sick. He resolved himself to kill or at least maim the smug Uchiha. In his rage, Uzumaki Naruto forgot that he is in public. And so, when the Uchiha came back to the team, he jumped at the boy. Said boy smirked and countered him. They brawled. "Die, Uchiha. You first, Uzumaki. No techniques or skills, just a brawl between two kids." "Naruto, Sasuke, we are still in the exam," Sakura told the boys. They froze. They stood beside each other trying to look as professional as possible. Well, at least if the brawl is forgotten they would look professional. In his place, Itachi smiled. He is glad Sasuke have found good friends. It seems his decision to place them together is not a mistake after all. He saw Kakashi giggling while reading his book. Then again, with a sensei like that, he doubted it. Yamanaka Ino versus Temari. This will be boring, Naruto instantly concluded. Though, the information of the girl's techniques may help him in the final. His eyes met with his godfather's and he nodded. Naruto made a shadow clone and wordlessly left the place. "Why are you here?" Naruto asked Jiraiya. The man had left Konoha to take care of his spy network. "Why would he suddenly appear?" "I heard that you're entering the exam. I want to see how strong you have become," Jiraiya answered with a grin. And the main reason, he doubted the man would leave his spy network just for that. The spy network is essential for the village, he cannot leave them just because of his filial obligations. "Why don't you try to guess? Think of it as a training." Naruto closed his eyes and began to think. Jiraiya's presence in Konoha meant that there is an important event. Something that will need his presence. The only event in Konoha now was the exam. However, Jiraiya has never came to other exams before. He would have at least visited their place if he was at Konoha. Of course there is a chance that Jiraiya did not visit them and he is always here at the exam, but Naruto doubted it. Is there anything special in this exam? The answer is clear. Jinchuriki. It was obvious. 5 of them, 6 if you include his mother, were here at the same time. The Jinchuriki's identities were one of the best kept secret in a village. For them to be here at the same time is troubling. Why would the villages send their vessels here? To increase the village's reputation. To show Konoha their strength. Invasion, Jiraiya stated, his face serious. This one statement made Naruto's eyes widen as his mind furiously tried to imagine the destruction caused by 5 Jinchurikis attacking at the same time. We suspected this a month ago. We immediately made alliance with Kumogakure to prepare for the possible invasion. Hearing your report to Kakashi confirmed it. Jiraiya's eyes met Naruto. Kumo might be our ally, however, do not let your guard down. Understood, Naruto nodded. Jiraiya stared at Naruto. There is more, isn't it? Is there anything you want to tell me? Will mother join the war? Naruto asked despite knowing the answer. She is a Jinchuriki. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Train me. What? Jiraiya's serious face fell, revealing his surprise. Naruto had never asked training from him. Not even once. Usually it would be him who is dragging Naruto to train. Teach me seals. Teach me techniques. Teach me how to fight a Jinchuriki. His eyes glowed with determination. You want to defeat them so your mother doesn't need to fight? Naruto nodded. No, Jiraiya's reply was short and clear. Why not? The boy asked, his voice rising. If you fight a Jinchuriki, you will die. Jiraiya's voice is even. As if he is merely stating a fact. Then teach me to survive. Naruto shouted, his chakra rising. His mind showed the images of his mother's possible deaths, making him even more angry. No. I am strong enough. I will prove it to you if I have to. Naruto's voice became cold as his chakra rose even further. Jiraiya sighed. Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, Naruto stated. As his hand moved into a cross position, the special clone seal. 2 Naruto clones appeared with an explosion of smokes beside him. Jiraiya just stood there. The clones moved to Jiraiya's position and began attacking him with punches and kicks. Jiraiya avoided them without taking his eyes from the original Naruto. Naruto did not move an inch and Jiraiya shook his head. Kid, are you going to stand there forever? The Naruto made several hand signs and then took a deep breath. Futon. Datappa. Wind release. Great breakthrough, a gust of wind moved in high speed to the Sanin's direction. Jiraiya jumped up to the tree and evaded the technique. He saw Naruto's 2 clones following him. He shifted his eyes to the Naruto who just used the wind jutsu. The Naruto exploded into smoke and Jiraiya's eyes widened. Rasengan. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya and shoved the spiraling ball of chakra to the man's back. The Jiraiya struck by him also exploded into smoke. Naruto stopped in shock. Then he was struck from behind and he knew no more. Naruto woke up and saw the blue sky. I lost, he whispered. That was pathetic, Jiraiya commented, standing near the boy. Yes, it was. I lost control of my emotion and attacked without thinking. I should have noticed that I am fighting a clone. No, not only that. I read the report from Kakashi about your progress. You are at most mid-chunin, Jiraiya informed him. I thought you would be low jonin by now. Naruto averted his eyes in shame. He thought he was stronger than that. He grew overconfident. Fighting against Zabuza and Haku and surviving made him believe that he would be able to match a jonin by now. He should have known. In that battle, Kakashi was the one who fought Zabuza and Haku was outnumbered by Sasuke and him. Even in that situation, he nearly died. It was thanks to Sasuke's Sharingan they managed to survive. He was foolish. I suppose you have learned your lesson. After the preliminary is over, meet me at the training ground near your house. Jiraiya began to walk away. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto laid there, and blankly stared at the sky. Jiraiya thought he would be stronger than this. When he joined Team 7, how strong was he? High Genin, low Chunin. How barely grew stronger in that time. Strange. He trained as usual. Why is he not growing stronger? He acknowledged that his body have grown. So did his repertoire of jutsu. So why? In contrast to him, Sasuke and Sakura grew fast. Sasuke, who he was able to defeat with minimal effort, now matched him. Sakura, who was barely a genin, managed to reach high genin level. Why? Uzumaki Naruto laid there and think. When Naruto returned to the preliminary area, he stared at the board. Rock Lee versus Shi. He saw the boy he met before jumping to the arena. So his name is Rock Lee. He watched the opponent, a shinobi from Kumogakure. Just by his mannerism, he knew it. Strong. Rock Lee will lose this match. That was the conclusion Uzumaki Naruto reached. He began to examine the memory his clone left him. Tamari, the Suna Kunoichi, won the battle. She is a wind user. As expected from Sunagakure, her wind would be dangerous. It would be better to fight in a close range. Gaara, the Aikibi Jinchuriki, won against Kabuto. Though he doubted the snake showed his real power. Used sand. He need to learn water jutsu to fight the boy. Yugito, the Nibi Jinchuriki, won against Tsurugi, a member of Kabuto's team. She used fire jutsu, but he doubted that is the extent of her power. An unknown. Darui, from Kumogakure, won against Tenten, a kunoichi from Konoha. He used lightning jutsu. He seemed to be as strong as his teammates. Winning against them as impossible as he is now. Yoroi, from Team Snake, won against Dosu from Odo. He used chakra absorption technique. Not a problem for an Uzumaki. Hyuga Neji, the fabled strongest genin of Konoha, genius of Hyuga clan, won against Konkuro of Aikibi's team. As expected from Hyuga, he used Juken. Ranged battle would be the best. Utakata, Rokubi Jinchuriki, won against Zaku from Odo. He used bubbles, another unknown. Fu, Nanabi Jinchuriki, won against Kin from Odo. She used techniques to blind everyone in the area and defeated her with unknown method. Yet another unknown. Note: need sunglasses against her. Now, the only people left are Sakura and Hyuga Hinata. Might as well watch this match. Might be useful. When Naruto saw the match, he sighed. Rock Lee was battered while she seemed to be just fine with no damage at all. Give up, kid. You need more experience before taking me on, the blonde Kumogakure shinobi advised. Naruto agreed. This she is one of the planted shinobi form Kumogakure, no doubt for the invasion. It is impossible for a genin to fight him. I won't give up. I'll prove to the world that I can be strong. Even without ninjutsu or genjutsu. Without ninjutsu or genjutsu, Naruto muttered in shock. Indeed, youthful Naruto-kun, a loud voice shouted beside him. Naruto turned and went into defensive position. He saw the man he met with Lee. I am Maida Guy, the sublime green beast and Lee's sensei. Naruto relaxed. It seemed that this man did not mean any harm. He decided to ask his question. What does Lee mean? Without ninjutsu or genjutsu? Naruto asked. It sounded illogical in his head. They are shinobi, they have to use all tools in their disposal. Why would someone want to handicap themselves? You see, Naruto-kun, Guy grew serious. Lee was born with severe disadvantage. He has no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu. Because of that, he was ridiculed and mocked by his peers. Then his eyes burned. However, Lee never give up. He swore to become stronger and prove to the world that he could become excellent shinobi by hard work and taijutsu alone. Then he gave a thumbs up and grinned, showing his white teeth which shone brightly. Naruto stared at the man in surprise. Unable to use ninjutsu and genjutsu, become an excellent shinobi through hard work and taijutsu alone. It sounded impossible. However, this man and the boy seemed to be good people even with their eccentrics. He would not insult their impossible dream. You are doubting Lee, Naruto-kun? Guy asked with a small frown. My apologies, Maida-san. However, I could not imagine fighting without any ninjutsu or genjutsu. It sounded impossible to me. I meant no offense to you or Rock-san, Naruto answered. It is fine, Naruto-kun. You just spoke what you believed in. You should not apologize for that. Watch, Lee will win this battle, and then you will see how hard work can surpass even those known as geniuses. Naruto said nothing and he just watched the battle. Lee is being beaten by Shi. He had to admit that Lee is fast, even faster than him, but Shi is clearly not a genin. Lee, Guy shouted. Lee turned his face to his sensei while panting. Naruto doubted he could stand anymore. Take them off. Show the world the result of your hard work. Guy gave what Naruto would know as, nice guy pose. Grinning, showing his teeth and giving a thumbs up. Lee grinned, the same grin Guy have. And gave Guy the same thumbs up. Yes, Guy sensei. Lee took off the something from his ankles. Wait, Naruto asked Guy. He is familiar with that method of training. He trained the same way, but what would it do? He did not believe that removing some weights would help. Watch Naruto-kun, Lee's hard work. Naruto returned his eyes to the match. The ground shook. What? Naruto stared blankly at the places where Lee dropped his weights. There were craters. Impossible. Naruto doubted he would be able to move even tenth of Lee's speed wearing those kind of weights. It showed him the clear difference between the boy and himself. After that, Lee disappeared. At least that is what Naruto saw. He could not see the boy's movement. He just saw she being beaten without being able to fight back. Naruto could see blur of green striking she and then the blur disappeared. By the time Lee stopped, she fell and Lee was declared victorious. Unbelievable, Naruto muttered. Did you see Naruto-kun? That is the result of all his pain. The result of all his hard work. Naruto nodded, his face still reflected his surprise. The boy is strong. Not only because of his strength now, but also because he was able to do all this without ninjutsu or genjutsu. He saw Jiraiya waving at him. He met the man's eyes and the man grinned. And then Naruto understood the reason of his slow growth, the reason of his weakness. He forgot his goal, to surpass his father. He trained simply because he did. He had no motivation. He had no drive, but now, surpassing his father does not interest him. He met friends who saw him as Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Minato's son. So, why did he train? Why should he keep fighting? What is his purpose? Haruno Sakura versus Hyuga Hinata. Naruto watched. Her savior is watching her. She saw the girl who dared to be placed in the same team as him. She restrained her anger. She would show her. She would break her. When the referee gave the signal to start, Hyuga Hinata smiled. Everyone in the area stared in shock. Well, almost everyone. Gaara's face showed nothing. Most of the foreign ninjas did not expect this level of brutality from Konoha. The Konoha ninjas did not expect the sight before them. The quiet Hyuga heiress beat her opponent with precision and swiftness that would made any Chunin green in envy. First when Haruno Sakura tried to greet her, she smiled and greeted back. Then she moved closer saying that she did not want to battle another Konoha ninja. When the girl let her guard down, she struck. Yuhi Kurenai knew that Hinata had been different since Kumogakure tried to kidnap her, but she was not expecting this. Haruno Sakura is currently being attacked without stopping. And all people could do is watch in shock. That is except two. Hinata felt her face transforming into a grin. Just a little more, she could see the girl body becoming weaker and weaker. Just one more strike from her and the girl would die. And then he would praise her. She moved. Haruno Sakura learned what it meant to be a kunoichi when she was in Nami. She saw how Naruto killed and how shaken he was. She knew that one day she would have to do the same thing. However, she did not expect her former classmates' betrayal. She tried to win the battle without harming the girl, thinking that she could speak with her. But now, she cannot feel her chakra, her legs shaking to withstand her weight. She cannot move her hands. She moved her eyes to her opponent. She saw Hinata grinning. She closed her eyes and prepared to face her death. It happened in an instant. When everyone snapped out of their shock, they saw an amazing sight. Uchiha Sasuke carrying his female teammate in the famed Princess Carry. And Uzumaki Naruto stopping the Juken strike of Hyuga Hinata using his hand. This battle is over, Naruto stated. You have won. There is no reason to prolong this battle. The Hyuga relaxed, as if she is in bliss. Her savior declared her as the winner. She could feel her body heating up. Naruto watched the Hyuga as Sasuke gave Sakura to the medical team. This Hyuga is dangerous. If he and Sasuke were late even for a second, Sakura would die. When Sakura nearly died, his body moved himself to stop it. This is similar to what happened in Nami. Then his mind flashed to what Sasuke muttered on their return trip from Nami. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Naruto looked at him in confusion when he heard that. But now, Naruto saw the medic moving in hurry to save his teammate. Naruto saw how Sasuke shook in rage as he stared at the Hyuga. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. Naruto stared at his hands. He realized his hand had been clenching since a while ago. Uzumaki Naruto stared. His mind flashed to the time he spent with his teammates, with his sensei, with his friends. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes shone with a new determination. It seems that he had a purpose after all. Uchiha Sasuke did not know what just happened. When he met Haruno Sakura, he believed that she was a fangirl. When he met Uzumaki Naruto, he hated him. But after they spent their time together as Team 7, they became close. They are his friends. He remembered what Haku told him. When a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. He believed it, because she said it with so much conviction. And now, he saved his friend from death. He realized, from his time with Team 7, surpassing Itachi is not his goal anymore. He have a new goal now. When Jiraiya and Itachi saw what Team 7 did, they smiled in pride. Itachi knew that his brother have become a good man, a shinobi he and his clan could be proud of. Jiraiya realized that Naruto have learned what is strength, what it means to be strong. Hyuga. Hinata's head turned to her savior. If you try to kill Sakura again, clan heir or not, you will die, Sasuke warned. I will not allow our friends to be harmed by anyone. Neither will Sasuke, Naruto stated. We will fight to protect our precious people. Sasuke smirked when he heard Naruto saying that. He continued Naruto words, because when we fight for something we want to protect, we will become strong. That is our ninja way, Naruto ended. Hearing their words, Kakashi smiled behind his mask. One of his few true smiles since Minato's death. Obito, Ren, Sensei. You would be proud. Chapter 7 Chunin Exam 4. The victorious genin stood in front of Itachi. Behind Itachi was a board with lines, showing the empty tournament chart. The Hokage began calling the names. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wordlessly placed his hand in the box and showed his number, 2. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru followed Naruto's lead and he received number 7. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke took out number 12. His eye twitched, that meant he had to fight last. Temari. She received number 8. Showing that she would fight Shikamaru. Seeing that Shikamaru muttered his trademark word. Troublesome. Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara showed number 13. Damn, Sasuke muttered. Scared, Sasuke, Naruto asked. After their declaration, Naruto allowed the Uchiha to call him by his given name. No, just annoyed that I can't fight the Hyuga princess, Sasuke answered. Worried about me, Naruto? I am confident that you can take care of yourself. Niyugito, the cat picked up number 6. Darui, the Kumo shinobi showed number 4. Akado Yoroi, the shinobi from Konoha, got number 5. Hyuga Neji, the Hyuga received number 11. Utakata, the slug revealed number 3. Fu, the green-haired girl, took number 9. Rock Lee, the spirited boy picked number 2 and began shouting about how he will show his youth to the youthful Naruto-san. Naruto, not understanding, replied instinctively, my apologies, did you say something? Hearing that, somehow Guy appeared and he and Lee shouted about how the youthful Lee had found his eternal rival. Naruto felt Kakashi hand on his shoulder. He gave the man a questioning stare. I feel your pain, Naruto. From now, the boy will challenge you every day. Just like Guy did to me. Kakashi was expecting Naruto to growl, scream in frustration or be annoyed. He definitely did not expect the answer that came from the boy. I am glad, I could learn many things from him. He is a great shinobi. Kakashi nodded. Inwardly, he is crying in joy. Naruto is finally acting like a normal boy. He can't wait to tell Kushina this. She will be very happy. Guy and Lee, hearing Naruto comments, began shouting about how Naruto-kun is indeed an embodiment of youthfulness and how Lee will also grow thanks to his new eternal rival. Hyuga Hinata, Itachi called, even though all of them knew what she will get. Number 10. The result. Match 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs Rock Lee. Match 2. Darui vs Akado Yoroi. Match 3. Nara Shikamaru vs Temari. Match 4. Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Match 5. Uchiha Sasuke vs Sabaku no Gaara. Match 6. Utakata vs winner of match 1. Match 7. Niyugito vs winner of match 2. Match 8. Fu vs winner of match 3. Match 9. Winner of match 4 vs winner of match 5. Match 10. Winner of match 6 vs winner of match 7. Match 11. Winner of match 8 vs winner of match 9. Match 12. Winner of match 10 vs winner of match 11. Naruto's eyes narrowed. There is something strange here. The Jinchurikis are all placed last. So it is not random after all. Perhaps they did it to reduce the amount of damage. Jinchurikis are very powerful after all. The expected end result is 4 Jinchurikis in the semi-final, Naruto thought. Too bad he and Sasuke are going to break it. Itachi announced the time of the final. The final will be held next month. That gave them a chance to train and rest. Sasuke, I'll meet you at the final. Don't lose before meeting me, Naruto. After the Hokage dismissed them, Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi left to visit Sakura. How is the damage? Naruto asked an Iryo nin near him. Thankfully you and your friend managed to save her in time. However, when we examined her we were stunned. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. From his experience, anything that stunned the medics are either very beneficial or very dangerous. She was not hit by Jukin. The male members of Team 7 looked at the medic, shocked. The Hyuga is well known for the Jukin. They recognized it as Jukin from seeing Neji fighting before Hinata. How could it not be Jukin? I suppose I should restate that. She was struck by a variation of Jukin. A new variation. What is the difference? Sasuke asked. This could be useful for the tournament. Jukin normally works by injecting chakra to the opponent's chakra pathway system. This is especially harmful if struck to the 361 chakra points in human body. The foreign chakra and the body will reject each other and damaging the body in the process. However, in this one, in addition to foreign chakra, we found traces of poison. This poison is affecting the body's ability to fight foreign or harmful viruses, essentially affecting their antibody. In this case, it reduces body defense against Jukin. Naruto speculated. Correct. Thanks to the poison, the effect of Jukin increased. If the attack continues, there might be permanent damages to the chakra points. Can we see her? Kakashi asked. Not now, you can visit her tomorrow. They thanked the medic and left. Hyuga Hinata is a dangerous opponent, Sasuke commented once they stepped out of the medical room. Yes, she is, though I believe that your first opponent is even more dangerous. Sabaku no Gaara. Yes, I am sure that Kakashi or your brother will tell you about him. Naruto started to walk away from the 2 shinobi. You are not coming with us? Kakashi asked. No, I have someone I need to meet. Naruto gave a bow and left. You know who is it, Kakashi-sensei? I think I do. Don't worry about Naruto, his sensei is strong. Naruto's sensei, Sasuke smirked, never thought about it. Then again, anyone who can train someone like that must be strong. At the training ground near to the Uzumaki house, Jiraiya and Naruto faced each other. Jiraiya-sama, may I have the honor to be trained by you? Naruto bowed as he asked. Jiraiya laughed, what's with the formality, kid? Just ask normally. Then, Jiraiya-sama, can you please train me? Naruto asked again. Even your normal question is formal. Jiraiya shook his head, amused. Fine, you seems to be different compared to before. Yes, I have found my, shall we say, motivation. And that is to protect everyone precious to me, Naruto answered without a pause. Yes, I heard you're in the Uchiha's declaration. Where did that came from? When we returned from Nami, Sasuke said, when a person has something important they want to protect, that's when they can become truly strong. I ignored it at first. But now, Naruto trailed off. Now you know what it meant, Jiraiya ended. Uchiha didn't expect a kid like that from the Uchiha clan. So, shall we train, Jiraiya-sama? I will train you for the first 2 weeks, Jiraiya told him. What about the later 2? Naruto asked. There is another sensei for you. Let's focus on our training for now. And I will give you some rules. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. Rule number 1, obey all of my orders. Even if they sounded ridiculous, there is always a reason. Understood. Rule number 2, do not tell anyone about me. If someone asks, Lie. Yes. Those are the rules for now, but I might add more later. Naruto nodded. Now, let's go to the hot spring. Jiraiya began to walk away. Naruto blinked in confusion. However, he followed Jiraiya, remembering rule number 1. This place is definitely the best, Jiraiya giggled. Jiraiya-sama. Not now, Naruto, he waved the boy off. Jiraiya-sama. I said, not now. Jiraiya-sama. Naruto called the man again after a silence. Jiraiya sighed. Why does Naruto need to interrupt his research? Don't he know that his sensei, the gallant Jiraiya, the last hope of all perverts, the super pervert and the great stud Jiraiya need to examine the great wonder of female body? What is it, Naruto? Jiraiya asked with a defeated voice. There are several women behind you wearing towels, Naruto stated in monotone. Jiraiya froze. Anyone you know? He asked Naruto, stuttering. Inuzuka-sama, her daughter, Nara-sama, Mitarashi-san, Yuhi-san. An. Tsunade Obasama and her apprentice. And Okasama. When the last sentence was spoken, Jiraiya felt his world shatter. He dimly realized that soon, so will his body. He shakily turned his head and greeted the women. Each of them wore a furious expression. Hello ladies. I am just teaching my little apprentice here how to spy on the enemy, Jiraiya gave an excuse. However, it had no effect. They moved and circled him. Naruto, save your sensei, this is your training, Jiraiya shouted. Naruto moved. He grabbed Jiraiya and jumped away. The women, shocked by the sudden interruption, stood still. When they realized that the pervert have escaped, their rage exploded. The Kumogakure team knew that Konohagakure had its share of strange and crazy ninjas. Maida Guy and the Sannin, Jiraiya ranked among the highest. They heard the stories from Konoha about how there exists a demon cat who will not die, even for 100 years. About the green creature who terrorized Konoha by running, using legs or hands, and shouting something about youth. About the 3 creatures in the forest, said to be secret weapons of Konoha. When they came to Konoha, they expected to meet a strange wonderland where chaos triumphs and everything is in disarray. Monsters, demons walking around and all that. Instead, they were met by a calm and peaceful village, totally different from what they were expecting. And so, they let their guard down. This explained the foreign ninja's current situation. Staring blankly at the sight of a boy dragging a member of the legendary Sannin while being chased by a group of women wearing towels. When the strange group disappeared from their sight, they snapped out of their shock and looked around. The villagers ignored what happened and continued their usual activity as if there were no boy dragging a member of the legendary Sannin while being chased by a group of women wearing towels. The Kumo team began to think whether it was a good idea to hold the Chunin exam in this clearly insane village. Then they realized that they have their own crazy ninjas, such as Killer Bee. Looking at each other and nodding, they went back to what they were doing previously. Just another normal day in Konoha. They are faster. At this rate, they will soon catch us, Naruto commented as he avoided a stall. Currently they are running in the market area. Naruto hoped that the women would slow down because of the obstacles. Clearly, he knew nothing about the saying, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Though in this case, it would be, hell hath no fury like a group of angry women in bath towel. Run faster Naruto, Jiraiya shouted as he saw one of the women trying to grab him. He managed to avoid it, thanks to Naruto jumping. Jiraiya-sama, Jiraiya looked at his apprentice. It was an honor. Then he threw Jiraiya away and stood, facing the group of angry women in bath towel. Naruto, Jiraiya called him. Run, sensei, do not let my sacrifice be in vain. This Naruto shall finish his mission. It's useless, you cannot win. Jiraiya-sama, did I not tell you? When I fight for someone precious to me, I will become truly strong. Naruto jumped and the war between the Uzumaki boy and the group of women began. Why are you listening that pervert, Sochi? Kushina asked. She was touched when she listened Naruto's declaration. However, it annoyed her that the target of the declaration is a pervert. My apologies Okasama. The pervert, as you called him, is my sensei. I need him to train me, Naruto answered. Naruto turned his eyes to Tsunade. If I promise to heal him after beating him, will you allow us to pass? Naruto thought about it. He walked away. Oi, brat, what about those who betray their teammates are worse than trash, thing? What about all those fighting for someone precious, thing? Jiraiya shouted at the boy. Apologies sensei. However, you are only precious to me as a teacher. As long as they can return you to me in acceptable condition, I will do nothing. In addition, I would prefer not to oppose Okasama. Damn mama boy, those were the gallant Jiraiya's last words before he was attacked by the women. It seems that you are an excellent teacher after all, Jiraiya-sama. The methods they use to attack you are clearly useful. Naruto, ignoring his teacher's scream, began to take notes. By the time the women left, Tsunade kept her promise and healed the man, then she punched him one last time before leaving. Jiraiya glared at the Uzumaki boy who is still writing. They have returned to the Uzumaki's training grounds. Brat, come here. Yes, Naruto asked as he walked to the man. Jiraiya smacked Naruto's head. That was for letting them beat me. Was that not your fault, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya ignored the boy. Anyway, what do you think? Jiraiya asked. I do not understand. You saw them too, didn't you? Who is the hottest? Hot, why would I know their body temperature? Jiraiya froze. Now he knew what is wrong with the kid. He acted more human and more normal. He is still too formal, but that is fine. But now that he thought about it, Naruto never actually reacted normally when meeting a girl. Once when Tsunade hugged him in his birthday, he just stood still, blankly returning the hug. And before, at the bathhouse, Naruto did not react at all to his research. Generally, Jiraiya knew two reactions he would face when a male interrupted his research. 1. They would ask him for autograph and joined his research. 2. They would blush and sometimes try to stop him. Naruto just stared when he told him about his research, then he did nothing. Naruto, do you know how a baby is made? Jiraiya asked. I know, why do you ask, Jiraiya-sama? I want to know the extent of your knowledge about it. Then the boy explained what he knew. A man and woman loved each other, then they marry. After that, a stork will bring a baby by mixing their chakra. Jiraiya thought he is about to cry. How could this boy be so pure? And so, the gallant Jiraiya explained to his protege the real way to make a baby. Naruto cannot meet his mother's and other females' eyes for a week. The next day, Team 7 visited Sakura. Sakura smiled when she saw them. Are you alright, Sakura? Kakashi asked. I'm fine, sensei. The nurse told me to take it easy for 1 week or so. But there is no permanent damage. That's good, Kakashi smiled. I heard from a nurse that the final is in a month. What are you going to do, Naruto? Sasuke. I am training, Naruto answered shortly, remembering Jiraiya's rules. I'm with the scarecrow over here, Sasuke answered. Then he thought for a moment, Zabuza and Haku too. Good luck, both of you. Do you think you can win? Sakura asked. She heard who their opponent is. Rock Lee is a strong genin and that Gaara seems dangerous. We'll win, don't worry, Sasuke assured her. If I face that Hyuga, I'll avenge you. Sakura shook her head. No, you don't need to do that. Just do your best. Sasuke and I promise to fight in the final. And we will. Naruto will beat his opponents. I will defeat mine. You can watch the final, can't you? I can, Sakura smiled. Then she noticed something. Sasuke, since when do you call Naruto? Well, Naruto. Kakashi giggled. You should have seen them, Sakura. After they saved you, they declared their nindo to everyone there. They said they will fight for everyone precious to them. The boys glared at Kakashi. So I'm precious? Sakura asked with a smile. You are our teammate, Sasuke answered with a smirk. And our friend, Naruto continued. Thanks. Sakura's smile grew. Kakashi watched his team with a fond smile behind his mask. They are completely different compared to their first meeting. At first, there were walls between them, but now, they acted like a true team. Several days after Jiraiya's first lesson, when he was returning from his training with Eroji-sama, Mother told him to call him that after he told her what the Sannin taught him, Inuzuka Kiba stood before Uzumaki Naruto. The Inuzuka bowed down to the ground and apologized for ruining his book. Naruto stood. He did not expect that the Inuzuka would apologize. Inuzuka clan is a clan of proud people. It is not easy for them to bow to anyone. He told him to rise. The Inuzuka stared at him, surprised. The boy thought that the Uzumaki would ignore him or attack him. He nodded. Apology, accepted. With those words, Uzumaki Naruto left. Naruto stared at Jiraiya. Orochi once told him that the man is insane. He did not believe him. But now, a proof have presented itself. This man is clearly insane. Are you sane? He asked one last time. Yes, I am. Is there no changing your mind? No. Obasama will kill you, Naruto warned. It will be worth it. I will see what I can do. That night Jiraiya was found peeping at the Senju clan's bath. Uzumaki Naruto received a B-rank mission money and a photo of Tsunade for informing her about Jiraiya's plan. The next day, said photo was handed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's face turned into a twisted smile as he gazed at the photo in his hand. His eyes shadowed by hair seemed to glow. Just as planned. Training with Jiraiya had been interesting. He gave him an incomplete jutsu and told him to complete it. That was how he learned rasengan when he was a kid. He taught him fuinjutsu by giving him a problematic seal and told him to fix it. Jiraiya taught him by making him independent. Not only that, Jiraiya's strange quests, such as peeking or stealing, helped him to train his abilities, as most of the time, Jiraiya peeked or stole from high-level kunoichi. Today is the last day of Jiraiya's training. He is quite disappointed about it. However, Jiraiya have his own duties. Especially with the invasion. When Naruto came to the training grounds, he was surprised. On the training grounds, stood not only Jiraiya but also the Hokage. Jiraiya-sama, Hokage-sama, Naruto bowed. There is no need to be so polite, Naruto-kun, Itachi told him. May I ask why are you here? Itachi seemed to be lost in thought for a while. Naruto-kun, what do you think about the world? The Hokage suddenly asked. I do not understand. Tell me, what do you think about the state of this world? About the current peace between villages, especially the effect of upcoming invasion. Currently, Konoha is officially allied with Suna, Taki and other minor villages. Kiri shut themselves off, Iwa is building their strength, Kumo is searching for bloodlines to increase their strength. However, because of the invasion, it is clear that Konoha has no more ally. Even Kumo will only assist us for a time. And even if we manage to repel the invasion efficiently. Naruto trailed off. Itachi motioned him to continue. There will be damages, and if Konoha seems weak to Iwa, they will attack us. The invasion could be spark for the Fourth Great Shinobi War. Itachi looked thoughtful. I am afraid, you are not exactly correct, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded. He had expected that. Iwa will not attack us. Because if they did, they will be attacked by Kumo. I am sure you know the geography of our country. Konoha is located in the center. Kumo is northeast to us. Iwa, northwest. Suna, southwest. Kiri, southeast, beyond the destroyed Uzushiogakure. Most other minor villages surrounded us. And what about between Kumo and Iwa? Asked Jiraiya. They are separated by an ocean. Indeed, in an ocean, Iwa's Doden Jutsu will be ineffective. In a naval battle, Iwa is in disadvantage. Iwa will not attack Konoha. Because if they do, Kumo will attack through the ocean. Naruto nodded in understanding. As of now, the threats to Konoha are Iwa and Kumo. Suna and Kiri have become weak. If Iwa attack, Kumo will attack Iwa and vice versa. Do you have any question? Why is Kumo assisting us? It is in their best interest. An alliance between three Jinchuriki is a trouble. However, if Konoha lose, they will gain Kyuubi too. It is best to destroy this alliance before they even move. Naruto thought about it. Kumo is not our only ally, is it? Itachi smiled. Very good, Naruto-kun, you pass. Naruto blinked. He is going to train you, kid, Jiraiya informed the boy. But Hokage-sama, what about your duty? A clone is sufficient to take care of the paperwork. You may call me Itachi-sensei. Come. Itachi left the training grounds. Naruto followed his new sensei. The training with Itachi was different. Unlike Kakashi, who focused on their respective strengths and teamwork. In addition, Kakashi rarely trained them directly. Unlike Jiraiya, who taught him to be independent and gave tasks to test him. Training with Itachi means training directly. Naruto doubted he ever a shinobi such as Itachi. Itachi is a jack of all trades, master of most. Most shinobi used a jutsu, but they do not master them to the point where they know every function, every method to use it. Itachi did. It humbled Naruto to see that. Then again, being defeated by 3 basic academy jutsu would do that. Itachi taught him a jutsu. Then told him to spar with him only using that jutsu. Unless he is able to reach adequate level, the spar will not stop. When he first sparred with Itachi using only wind manipulation, he wasted 3 hours in the spar. To use it to attack, to use it with exploding tag, to use it to increase a kunai speed and therefore strength, to use it as a boost to reach unreachable place, even to use it as a shield or sword. There is even a method to increase the pressure and making the opponent incapable of breathing. Itachi told him that he had learned most of Futon Jutsu. This continues to every elemental manipulation. When he had trouble with manipulating fire because of his wind affinity, Itachi told him to continue. He said, blaming your affinity will get you nowhere. If you train enough, you will learn it. And he did, though Itachi told him that as of now, his mastery of all manipulations only reached capable level. In Itachi's lesson, there are several levels of mastery. Incapable, capable, adequate, mastered. Naruto doubted most shinobi even reached Itachi's capable level. He trained him taijutsu and genjutsu the same way. He gave Naruto several unofficial missions such as purging bandits and helping mission assignment desk. Purging bandits was unpleasant. Itachi told him that it was to train his shinobi mentality. 2 days before the final, Kakashi called his Team 7 to their usual training grounds. Sakura was declared healthy enough to train. But training is not why Kakashi called them. Now that you all are here, do you remember the Genin exam? Kakashi watched as his team shudder. How could they forget? A week after Team 7 was formed, Kakashi told them that he was supposed to test them first. After that, with no warning, he gave them a test. To take 2 bells from him. Fight me with the intent to kill. In that test, Naruto found a great hatred toward a certain jutsu. The Senin Garashi, Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi, Senin Garashi, and Naruto flew. That was the start of the Uzumaki's vendetta against the one-eyed scarecrow. In the same test, Sakura, who was nervous around Naruto, managed to act normal. She laughed at Naruto. When her team watched her, she stopped and went back into being nervous. Naruto just titled his head and returned to his fight with Kakashi. They failed and Naruto was tied to a log. Kakashi left them with a message. If you feed Naruto, you fail. Sakura, who felt guilty for laughing at him, gave him the food. And Naruto-san, I already ate, you can eat mine. Sasuke admitted that he doubted he could pass the test without the blonde and cut the rope. As much as I hate it, you are the strongest one here. We need your help. Naruto told them that they do not need to worry about them and should just focus on themselves. I don't need your help. I am fine alone. What surprised Naruto and Sasuke and Kakashi, who was hiding, was Sakura exploding. Naruto-san, we are a team, we help each other. There are many ninjas who died because they fight alone. We have to work together, we have to learn to trust each other. Though after that, she blushed and stammered apologies. Naruto stared at her in wonder. Then he gave his response. I understand, let us work hard together, Haruno, Uchiha. Hearing that sentence came from Naruto's mouth, Hatake Kakashi passed them. What about it? Naruto asked. Well, I thought that you 3 might want to try it one more time, Kakashi answered. Hearing that, the Genin's eyes took a dangerous glint. Alright, come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi smiled. Maybe you can survive until I use Sharingan. Bring it on, Cyclops. Sakura shouted. I've been waiting for this, Sasuke smirked. Die. Naruto disappeared. Naruto punched the place where Kakashi stood. Kakashi jumped away as the place exploded, making a crater. Naruto watched him, his hand covered in wind chakra that spun like a tornado. Don't let your guard down, sensei. Sakura appeared behind him, a chakra scalpel in her hand. She tried to stab Kakashi, but the man was replaced by a log. Chakra scalpel, looks like you've been training, Sakura, Kakashi commented as he appeared behind her. Kakashi was about to knock her out when he sensed another presence. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashed a giant fireball from Kakashi's left, forcing the man to jump back. Kakashi I smiled. His cute genins worked together well even after being separated for almost 1 month. The great Kakashi is proud. You are open. Naruto's wind-covered arm burst into flame as he punched Kakashi. The Kakashi he punched exploded into smoke. Well now, this is interesting. Kakashi appeared from the forest near the training grounds. You are using elemental manipulation, Naruto. Another Kakashi appeared, this time from the lake. Sakura used medical techniques, yet another Kakashi appeared. I trained Sasuke in jutsu. The fourth Kakashi stood on top of the log where Naruto was tied. However, can you defeat me? The fifth Kakashi jumped out of the crater where Naruto first attacked Kakashi. Sasuke scoffed. 1 or 5 doesn't matter. Sakura moved back to back with Sasuke, as long as we work together. You will soon face your maker. Naruto moved to the center. The Kakashis surrounded them. Let's go wild. They charged. Chapter 8 Chunin Exam 5. The genins looked at each other. Even though they were clones, there is no way they could defeat 5 Kakashi at the same time. Another teamwork test. Sasuke, Sakura, cover me. Sasuke and Sakura stood near Naruto with their kunais raised. Naruto dispelled the chakra from his hand. The Kakashi's eyes smiled, the genins twitched. 1 is bad enough, and now 5. And began to attack, trying to reach Naruto. Watching his teammates, Naruto focused his chakra, Hitsuji, Nei, Tori, Tora. The Kakashis narrowed their eye, they recognized those seals. His sensei used that jutsu in the war. They prepared to counter, making the same seals. Jump, Naruto ordered. Sasuke and Sakura jumped. Kakashis, believing that they would be able to counter Naruto's attack, stood still. Futon. Kunai Cage Bunshin, Wind Release. Kunai Shadow Clone. Naruto threw a wind-enhanced kunai towards Kakashis. The kunai multiplied into countless numbers and continued their path. Hearing the name, Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. They stopped their jutsu and jumped. However, one of his clone was not so lucky and was dispelled. The kunais continued to move in high speed and embedded themselves to the trees on the training grounds. That was impressive, Naruto. I thought it was a normal kunai cage bunshin. You don't even use hand seals for the wind release, a Kakashi asked as he and the other clones landed. The clones immediately engaged the genins into a taijutsu match. I cannot tell you about my abilities, sensei. For now, you are an enemy. Naruto frowned. He expected his kunais to hit more than 1 clone. True, Kakashi tried to kick Naruto but the boy ducked under his attack. Sensei, Naruto called from below him. Yes, Naruto, Kakashi asked with an eye smile. Watch out. Kakashi felt a presence behind him. Chidori, 1,000 birds. Sasuke stabbed Kakashi with a lightning-covered hand, his Sharingan relishing the surprised look in Kakashi's face. The Kakashi exploded into smoke. No, Kakashi, a Kakashi shouted. How could someone as cool as him lose? Another one knelt as if in pain. The other Kakashi looked somber. Men, we have lost a great man. Not only he was cool but he was also a badass. It is sad that he is taken before his time. A Kakashi, suddenly wearing a black clothes stated as if in a funeral. He was immediately stabbed by Sakura and was dispelled. That was dangerous. What if that was the real me? A Kakashi asked. We'll give you another funeral. Don't worry, Sasuke dismissed Kakashi's protest. Besides, you are supposed to be the big strong Jonin, how could we hurt you? Sasuke smirked. My students are mean, the Kakashi dispelled himself. Leaving only 1. Is he the real one? Sakura wondered. Playtime is over, kids. I'll show you the badass Kakashi's true strength. Kakashi lifted his headband, revealing the Sharingan. His student's sweat dropped. How could he make a cool scene ridiculous just by speaking? Yes, he is the real one, Naruto deadpanned. The genins met their teacher in battle. In the end, the genins lost. No matter what they did, Kakashi would avoid their attacks or copy them using his Sharingan. In the middle of the battle, Naruto lost his cool Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi, Senengarashi. Again, with Naruto losing his cool, Kakashi was able to subdue him and then defeated the other 2 genins. Their vendetta against Kakashi left unfinished. The The genins glared at the scarecrow. So, tell me about what you've learned in a month, Kakashi asked, clapping his hand. Looking at each other, the genins waited for one of them to speak. Allow me to begin then. First, from Jiraiya-sama, I learned several ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. From another sensei of mine, I learned elemental manipulations, Naruto informed his team. About your elemental manipulation, what is the extent of your control? Kakashi felt curious about this sensei of Naruto but figured that Naruto had a reason to hide his sensei's identity. My control is highest in wind. I can create wind sword and shield with it. I am able to create an air pressure using it. In other elements, I am able to use weaker version of jutsus without hand seals. I am also able to support my non-elemental jutsu with wind or lightning elements. Weaker version, Sasuke asked. Let us use Gokaku for an example. If a normal Gokaku consume a certain amount of chakra, I am able to use the same Gokaku with 3 times chakra cost. If I use the same amount of chakra to create a Gokaku, the fireball size would be smaller. That is not efficient, Naruto, Sakura commented. For a normal ninja, no, it is not efficient. For a Uzumaki, it is acceptable. Kakashi muttered something about Uzumaki and their crazy capacity. However, even with my chakra reserves, if I fire such fireball without stopping, my chakra will eventually run out. About at the same pace as a normal chunin. So, you have 3 times amount of chunin's chakra? Sasuke asked, amazed. Approximately, yes, my capacity is about the same as Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi thought for a while. Yes, I think so. That is about high Jonin level capacity. Still smaller than your mother's though. Sasuke and Sakura looked curious. They heard Naruto spoke about the woman before. He seemed calmer every time he talked about her. Of course, mother's chakra capacity is easily the largest in the elemental country. About 10 times larger than mine, I believe. 10 times, Sakura thought she was about to faint. Her chakra capacity was very small compared to Naruto. She did not want to imagine comparing it to Naruto's mother. Your mama is one scary chick, Naruto, Sasuke commented. Sakura and Naruto looked at the Uchiha. Sasuke, never say that again, Naruto told him. I boss, he gave a small wave. Kakashi's sweat dropped. After training with him for a month, Sasuke have changed. He was more playful now. And less polite as well. Uzumaki Kushina is special. No need to explain further. The identity of Kyuubi Jinchuriki is still a secret after all. Kakashi met Naruto's eyes. Of course, Naruto agreed. It is mother's secret. Alright, how about you two, Sasuke, Sakura? My Sharingan is at full maturity. I learned some fire and lightning ninjutsu. I'm starting to learn how to cast genjutsu using Sharingan. Thanks to your training, my chakra capacity, speed and strength increased considerably. My taijutsu improved. I am one step closer to be a true badass Uchiha. Sakura and Naruto groaned. One Kakashi was bad enough. Sakura regained her composure. I'm learning medical techniques and some genjutsu. I don't think my battle skills increased as much as Naruto or Sasuke, but I think I can support them in a team battle. Kakashi looked thoughtful. From that battle before, I think Naruto is nearing low Jonin. At least in term of skills, you still lost your cool and you relied on elemental manipulation too much. Overall, still a Chunin material. Sasuke is all-rounder, definitely a Chunin material. But from our training, I noticed that you seems to be focused on your Sharingan. Need to work on that. Sakura was able to support you both adequately. While one of you fight, the other is healed by Sakura. Not bad, you should try to become a medical ninja after this. Team 7 Genins nodded. So, shall we eat together? My treat, Kakashi offered. The Genins agreed and Team 7 left the training ground. Team 7 entered the Ichiraku Ramen. Yo, Tuki-san, it's been a while, Kakashi greeted Tuki. Kakashi, why the sudden visit? Tuki asked. Long ago while Minato and Kushina dated, Minato usually brought his team to Ichiraku Ramen. After Minato's death, it is rare to see Kakashi eating there. Naruto suggested us to eat here. Kakashi gave a small eye smile while answering. Tuki laughed, like mother, like son. The team sat next to each other. Sasuke and Sakura examined the menu. Then Sasuke ordered shoyu ramen and Sakura ordered a miso ramen. Kakashi ordered a shio ramen. Alright, 1 shoyu, 1 miso, 1 shio, and 1 ayame special, Tyuki listed. Ayame special, Kakashi asked. That is a new one. Ayame special is a ramen that my daughter, Ayame made for Naruto, Tyuki grinned as he heard a loud sound coming from the kitchen. Special ramen for Naruto? Sakura asked curiously. Naruto eating was a rare sight for Team 7. Even in a mission, he only ate ration bars. Yes, when Naruto was a kid, his mother took him here. For some reason, Ayame told me she wanted to cook a new ramen. She gave it to Naruto. And then, Sakura asked, this story sounded like a romance to her. The concept of Naruto and romance were foreign to her. Beside her, Sasuke listened. He too was curious about Naruto's past. He tasted it and refused to eat it. Sakura sighed, that certainly was Naruto-esque. Now, Naruto, you shouldn't do that when a girl make a food for you, Sasuke advised his friend. Sakura stared at the new Sasuke in shock. Tyuki continued, not knowing how out of character Sasuke's comment was. After several tries, Ayame managed to make an acceptable ramen for Naruto. She kept trying to cook an even more edible ramen. This continues every day. Until the day of his graduation, Ayame managed to cook a ramen that made Naruto smile. Sakura and Sasuke blinked. Even Kakashi looked surprised at that. Naruto, smile. As far as they knew, that is even rarer than Kakashi being serious. It was difficult to imagine Naruto smiling because of a food. Just watch. Throughout all this, Naruto did not listen a word and instead watched Ayame cooking. When the ramen came, Sasuke and Sakura watched Naruto. At first, they were planning to see what Kakashi looked like under his mask, but seeing Naruto smiling is a too great temptation to resist. They noted that Kakashi also watched Naruto discreetly. The moment the bowl was placed in front of him, Naruto ate and smiled. Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi watched in shock as the smiling boy finished the ramen in a record time. Then the boy gave a small content sigh. The rest of Team 7 were left in an even larger shock. Naruto did not sigh contently. Ayame-san, Naruto called. The girl almost dropped the ladle she was holding. Naruto noted the strange reaction. Why yes, Naruto-san. Naruto stared and for a moment, Ayame thought her heart might burst out of her chest. May I call you Ayame? Naruto asked. Ayame nodded rapidly. Naruto thought her head might fall. He had to prevent that. The loss of such talent in cooking would hurt the world. Ayame, may I ask for another bowl? The girl smiled happily and skipped to the kitchen. His mission done, Naruto observed his teammates. Are you not going to eat? Naruto asked. They snapped out of their shock and started to eat. Robotically. Naruto, you are one hell of a playboy, Sasuke commented. Kakashi and Sakura nodded. Naruto tilted his head in confusion but decided to ignore it. The ramen is more important. After finishing their meal in Ichiraku Ramen, Team 7 decided to separate. The Genins returning to their respective homes and Kakashi visited the memorial stone. He had to tell Obito, Rin and Minato about Naruto and the ramen girl. Naruto entered his home. Mother, I am home, he called as he entered the living room. Naruto saw his mother and a guest. Naruto instantly recognized the guest. The guest was Uchiha Mikoto, his mother's friend and Sasuke's mother. She visited his mother daily and helped taking care of him when he was a child. Mikoto-sama, good afternoon, Naruto bowed. Kushina and Mikoto smiled at him. Good afternoon Naruto-kun, are you done with your training? Mikoto asked the boy. Yes, I assume that Sasuke is on his way home, Naruto informed her. I see, I'm going home then. Thank you Kushina, Naruto-kun. I'll see you tomorrow. Kushina waved at her friend and Naruto bowed again. Mikoto-sama, Naruto called the woman. Yes, Naruto-kun. Mikoto wondered why Naruto called her. It was quite rare for him to start a conversation. Is Sasuke alright? He asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Why do you ask? Sasuke acted differently today, Naruto informed her. I'll talk to him later. Mikoto hoped nothing is wrong with her son, but when Naruto thought that something is weird, most of the time, it is weird. They watched as Mikoto left the house. How was your training, Naruto? Kushina asked the boy. Kakashi-sensei tested us again. He concluded that we are approximately Chunin level, Naruto informed her. After that, Kakashi treated us at Ichiraku. Kushina smiled. Are you happy, Sochi? She asked. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them again. I am content. Kushina gave a small laugh. The exam's final is soon, right? Naruto nodded. Do you think you can win? I promised Sasuke that I will face him in the final, Naruto stated. You are avoiding the question, Kushina pointed out with a smile. I will do my best. However, I know, there are Jinchurikis in the exam, right? Naruto met his mother's eyes. Okasama knows about the invasion? Naruto asked. Kushina gave a sad smile. I will not let them hurt you, Naruto declared. It is inevitable, Sochi. I am a Jinchuriki after all. Kushina hugged him. I hope that you won't have to face something like this. Naruto stared at his mother. His eyes shone with new determination. He hugged back. At the day of the exam, Naruto gathered with the rest of the competitors in the stadium. He ignored the proctor's explanation about the rules. He had memorized them long ago. He scanned the competitors. The Jinchurikis were his main concern. He could not let them go berserk in Konoha. Such event would force his mother to fight. Kill. Naruto twitched. Indeed, killing them is an option. That way, it would be impossible for them to cause trouble. He disliked it. He would prefer to leave them alive. Lost in his thought, he barely heard the proctor announcing his match with Lee. Yosh, Naruto-kun, shall we begin? Lee shouted, snapping him out of his thought. Naruto looked at the energetic boy. It would be very easy for him to cast several genjutsu to defeat the spandex-wearing genin, but it would be an insult to Lee. An insult to his hard work. As a chunin, he should just use genjutsus and end the battle as fast as possible. As someone who respected the other boy, he should fight him, fairly. Lee-san, Naruto called. Yes, Naruto-kun, Lee asked. Release your weights, and I will do the same. And then, we will fight all out. No holding back. Do not consider me a comrade. Think of me as your opponent. If you don't, I might not be able to forgive myself. Lee looked at his sensei for a guidance. Guy nodded, striking his trademark pose. Lee grinned and released his weight, creating craters and drawing a gasp from the audience. Naruto threw his black shirt aside, leaving him with black shirt and black pants. Note: for Naruto's clothes, think of Sasuke, Road to Ninja's clothes but all black. Futon, wind release. Naruto felt his wind chakra covering him. Normally, he was no match against someone like Lee. That is why for the final week, he trained to control his wind to cover his entire body. Kaden, fire release. Instantly, his hands and legs were covered by flames. Several members of audience gasped in shock. Again, even with additional training, his fire manipulation was lacking. However, with wind manipulation, he just need to cover his wind with fire and let them do the rest. Let us begin, Lee-san. Kaiman, gate of opening. Naruto arched an eyebrow. Lee could unlock the gates. That is impressive. He could open the gates. Kakashi asked in surprise. A 13-year-old boy unlocking the gate was unheard of. Of course, thanks to Lee's hard work, he managed to train his body to unlock several gates. Guy answered with a proud grin. Gates? Kiba asked. The green-clad genin seemed to be stronger after doing whatever he did. Kiba wondered whether he could do it too or not. I think I heard about it in a medical book. There are 8 of them, each located in certain chakra points. Each of them are normally closed to limit the amount of chakra in human body, Sakura informed him. Yes, unlocking the gates allowed someone to surpass their physical limit. At a price, Kakashi explained. What is the price? Sakura asked. Guy grimly continued the explanation. Unlocking the gates would cause extreme damage to human body. Unlocking the 8th gate means death. The genins gasped hearing that. That boy is Namikaze Minato's son, is he not? The Cage asked. Indeed, he is. Itachi gave a small nod. Will this be a short fight? The Mizukage asked. No, his opponent is Maida Guy's student, and is known as one of the strongest genin in this village. Maida Guy, the spandex-wearing taijutsu user. The Raikage could see the resemblance. Yes. Lee immediately dashed at the boy, kicking him. Naruto used the wind to propel him out of Lee's striking range. And used it again to return to his previous spot, countering Lee's kick with a punch. Lee evaded his punch easily. Konoha Shofu, Leaf Rising Wind. Lee allowed his back to fall and kicked Naruto upwards, sending him to the sky. Omid Renge, Primary Lotus. Lee jumped, following Naruto. Then he used his bandages to restrain Naruto and dove to the ground head first, bringing Naruto. The two genins smashed to the ground, creating a crater. Then the Naruto who smashed, exploded. Bunshin Daibakua, Clone Great Explosion. Naruto appeared near the crater. It seemed that his bet paid off. That was lucky. When the clone was kicked, it used futon to reduce the impact and therefore was not dispelled. However, any longer and his clone would have been dispelled. Maintaining Kaden and futon was something he could barely do. A clone could enter that state for at most a minute and no more. Lee jumped out of the crater, bruised and battered, but still grinning. Naruto gave a tired sigh. What a scary genin you are. He muttered. Naruto-kun, that was a great technique. However, that is not enough to stop my flames of youth. Naruto smirked. Several spectators sighed dreamily. I know. Human. Gate of healing. Instantly, Lee's vitality seemed to be restored. He dashed at Naruto again. Fist readied to punch. When Lee reached Naruto, Naruto's smirk disappeared. Raiden, lightning release. His body was covered by lightning chakra and he met Lee's punch with his own fist. Lee was electrocuted. However, Naruto underestimated the potential released by the gates as Lee shrugged the electric shock off and punched Naruto with his other hand. Naruto flew to the wall. Lee immediately gave chase. When Naruto's body was slammed to the wall, Lee kicked him and made a Naruto-shaped crack on the wall. Lee jumped back and entered his Goken stance. The proctor looked worried. He was about to check on Naruto when the boy stood back up. If I wasn't a Uzumaki, I would have been knocked out, he commented. He cracked his head. Seems like I underestimated you. I would advise you not to Naruto-kun, I am strong. Lee declared. I am afraid I cannot lose here. There is something I have to do. Naruto's eyes turned cold. I was hoping to hide this. Yosh, then we shall continue Naruto-kun. Lee was about to continue until Naruto's next sentence stopped him. No, it's over. It was not a threat. It was stated as a fact. Lee was about to deny what Naruto said when he realized he cannot move his hands and legs. Lee looked at his body. His arms and legs were bound by chakra-covered chains. Those who knew of Kushina's chakra chains gasped, not expecting the boy to possess it. As far as they knew, no other Uzumaki had it. Uzumaki. Kusari, Uzumaki, chain, Naruto stated. Lee tried to break free but the chains were too strong. Raiden. Kusari, lightning release, chain. Lee was electrocuted. This time, the effect was stronger than before and burns appeared on his arms and legs. Give up, Naruto advised the boy. I will never give up. That is my ninja way. Lee shouted, eyes blazing. He tried harder to escape. Naruto nodded. He could respect that. Then, there is no other choice. Raiden. Kusari, Naruto increased the chakra even further. Lee screamed in pain as the lightning-covered chains tightened its bind. Then he stopped screaming and the chains faded. The spectators watched in shock. They were not expecting a member of Konoha to attack another Konoha shinobi this ruthlessly. Lee fell. The proctor checked him and found him to be unconscious. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd snapped out of their surprise and cheered. Naruto bowed at Lee's unconscious form. Fighting against the boy made him respect the boy even more. You are impressive, Lee-senpai, he whispered. Guy who checked on Lee heard the whisper and smiled at Lee. Lee, you've found someone who recognized your hard work. Be proud, my student. Before he went to the waiting area, he felt a strange chakra from the cage's area. He met the Mizukage's eyes. A turtle. There is one more Jinchuriki. Naruto went to the waiting area. What was that chain, Naruto? Sasuke asked. The boy wore similar clothes with Naruto but with green pants and Uchiha symbol on the back of the shirt. He also had a necklace with Uchiha symbol on it. Note: Sasuke rode to ninja clothes. Later, I'm tired, he sat beside the Uchiha and closed his eyes. The damages from his impact to the wall were massive. Without his chains he would not win the battle. Then again, he doubted Lee could only open 2 gates. If he managed to open more gates, he doubted his chains would hold. He felt his consciousness fading and decided to leave one message. I'm trusting you to protect me, Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Leave it to me. When he opened his eyes, he heard a sound of cheering. Sasuke, Naruto asked sleepily. You're awake now. Watch, there's something interesting going on, Sasuke told him. Naruto followed Sasuke's line of sight and saw the fight. A battle of Jukin, he stated. Yeah, though it seems that the Hyuga boy didn't know about the poison that the girl has. Too bad, but the pretty boy is going to lose, Sasuke commented. His movements are slowing. Indeed, Neji's movements slowly became sluggish as Hinata continued to rain poison Jukin strikes on the boy. Hake Rokujuyun Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji decided to place his bet on his last technique. His hopes were dashed when a second voice rang out. Hake Rokujuyun Sho. Hinata followed Neji's lead and countered the boy's strikes with her own. Finally, Neji fell and Hinata was declared victorious. My turn, Sasuke muttered. Sasuke, be careful, he had more chakra than me. Finish this as fast as you can, Naruto advised. Don't worry, I have a plan. Sasuke stood in front of Gaara. Even though I said I had a plan, really, all I planned was to use Suiten Jutsu at his sand and hope for the best, Sasuke thought as he saw Gaara's maniac grin. Mother wants your blood. Gaara immediately tried to cover Sasuke with his sand. Suiten, Mizoripa, water release. Wild water wave. A stream of water came out of Sasuke's mouth. When hit by it, the sand became wet and stopped. It worked, Sasuke muttered. Then he grinned. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Gaara screamed as more sand surrounded Sasuke. Naruto shook his head. That suicidal boy. This was one of Sasuke's fatal flaw. Overconfidence. He hoped that Sasuke could snap out of it before his chakra ran out. Then again, from his experience with the boy, Sasuke would not stop until he was humiliated. In a battle against Jinchuriki, that would not do. Any moment of weakness could mean death. Because a Jinchuriki could use their Biju's chakra without any warning. Sasuke danced around the sands, moving closer to Gaara each time he dodged. Appearing in front of Gaara, he smirked. Yo, Suiten, Mizoripa. Sasuke unleashed his newly considered favorite jutsu towards the boy. When the jet of water hit Gaara, it was as if his skin was peeled. In actuality, it was Gaara's sand armor that was peeled off. Now wet, the armor could not be maintained anymore and then fell apart. Ew, that's nasty, Sasuke commented. He smirked as Gaara screamed again. He threw a kunai that nicked Gaara's cheek. Blood came out from the wound. Heard from Naruto that you've never been hurt before. How does it feel? Sasuke taunted. Sakura sighed. When Team 7 was formed, Sasuke was an arrogant bastard. After Naruto left, Sasuke talked with Sakura for a while, though it was more of him flirting. Now, he was an arrogant bastard and a playboy, or as he called himself when flirting with her, the magnificent Uchiha-sama. Sakura did not know which one is worse. The fact that he became like this or the fact that he could call himself, the magnificent Uchiha-sama. Blood, my blood, Gaara screamed hysterically. Sasuke laughed. What an overdramatic guy. 'Twas a flesh wound. Sasuke laughed harder. Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Yeah, Naruto, he asked between his laughter. Are you a joker or something? End this quickly, he is about to go berserk. Naruto shouted louder. Fine, fine, Sasuke muttered about spoilsport Uzumaki. He stopped laughing and stared at Gaara. It was an interesting battle. Alas, I have been ordered to finish this. Sasuke's hand moved into a series of seals. Finishing, his hand was covered with flame. Feel the wrath of the magnificent Uchiha-sama. He punched Gaara on the face and the boy flew. When Gaara dropped to the ground unconscious, an explosion of demonic chakra covered the arena. Wow, a drama queen to the end, Sasuke muttered. Then he saw the sand melding together to create a giant shape. This is not good, Uchiha Sasuke stated the obvious. Jiraiya moved to the battleground and checked the Jinchuriki's body. He found the seal and added another layer of protection on it. Immediately the sand stopped moving and fell on the ground, covering everyone on the battleground. Jiraiya returned to the spectator area. That's one Jinchuriki down. That was surprising, the Case-Cage commented. Is there a problem, Case-Cage-sama? The Raikage asked. I did not expect Gaara to lose in the first round, he answered. It seems that my brother have grown, Itachi watched Sasuke with a proud smile. though his new attitude left much to be desired. Sasuke coughed as he jumped out of the sand. He blinked. Wow, he has a lot of sands. The whole arena was covered in sand. Scary guy, lucky I have some Suiden jutsus ready. Sasuke was really thankful for Haku and Zabuza's help in his training. The proctor looked around. He saw the unconscious Gaara. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. The crowd cheered. A group of girls waved a banner with his face on it. Sasuke smirked and winked at the fangirls. Some of them fainted. Next is our turn, Naruto's opponent, Rokubi Jinchuriki commented. Utakata-san is it? Naruto asked. At the man's nod, he continued. Let us have a good fight. The boy nodded again. They moved to the sand-covered arena. Naruto watched his opponent. He knew that Utakata used bubble jutsus. The problem is that he knew nothing else. Suiden. Homatsu no Jutsu, water release, bubbles technique. In an instant, countless bubbles appeared on the battlefield. Some of them stayed in place while some of them moved towards Naruto. Naruto threw a kunai at one of them. The bubble exploded. Dangerous. Naruto went through several hand seals and ended it in a Tora seal. Futon. Kunai Kage Bunshin. Naruto threw a kunai and the kunai multiplied, each stabbed the bubbles and caused many explosions. Even after he used the technique, the amount of bubbles left were still countless. Naruto scowled. A long battle is disadvantageous for him. He made several shadow clones and began a series of hand seals. While his clones defended him from the bubbles, he continued to concentrate his chakra. Finally he stopped and one of his clone moved beside him and threw him at the Jinchuriki. Kase no Yaiba, Blade of Wind. Naruto formed wind blades around him to cut through the series of bubbles protecting Utakata. When he reached Utakata, he threw a kunai with explosive tag on it towards the standing man. A dome of bubble appeared around Utakata and the kunai exploded when clashing with it. After the explosion ended, the dome disappeared. Utakata made more bubbles and Naruto frowned. He decided to try again. Kase no Yaiba, again, Naruto created wind blades and dashed towards the man. This time, he intends to fight him in close range. Utakata jumped on one of his bubble and floated to the sky. Futon. Naruto created a layer of wind chakras on his legs and jumped, chasing his opponent. Utakata snapped his fingers and the bubbles moved faster towards Naruto. While jumping, Naruto cannot move freely and therefore could do nothing as the bubbles surrounded him. When Naruto was covered by the bubbles, Utakata snapped his fingers again. The bubbles exploded. The bubble under Utakata popped and he landed on the sand-covered ground. Suddenly, the sand under Utakata exploded and Naruto jumped out from it, punching the Jinchuriki. The crowds gasped in surprise. Naruto grabbed Utakata before he could move and kicked him away. When Utakata flew from the kick, Naruto threw another kunai with explosive tag. The kunai exploded. Utakata was struck by the explosion and fell to the ground. Naruto mentally thanked his clone's quick thinking. After it threw Naruto towards Utakata, the clone hid under the sand. And then, when the bubbles were about to explode, the clone used Kawarimi and switched place with him. Utakata stood and his eyes became yellow-colored as the Biju chakra surrounded him. Finally, Naruto muttered. Uzumaki. Kusari. Chains appeared from behind Naruto and bound the Jinchuriki. Naruto noted that the Biju chakra seems to weaken because of the chain. Does the chain possess the ability to subdue a Biju? Mother did say that Kyuubi could not break free from it. That is good, I do not have to use Jiraiya's seals then. When the Jinchuriki tried to break free, Naruto moved, Raiden, Kusari. After several seconds being electrocuted, Utakata stopped moving. Naruto released Utakata and the man fell. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. That's two, he muttered. Utakata lost, the Mizukage stated. Indeed, the son of Yondaime Hokage is quite strong, the Raikage looked thoughtful. Those chains, were they a bloodline? The Kage asked. We do not know, no one but his mother and him possessed the chains, Itachi answered. Naruto returned to the waiting area. That was cool, Naruto, Sasuke commented. I was lucky. If my clone was not prepared, I would lose, Naruto admitted. Don't forget to thank him then. I did. Sasuke nodded. The next match was supposed to be Niyugito against Darui, but Darui gave up. Again, the next match between Temari and Temari gave up. Naruto supposed that it was logical. They knew the other was a Jinchuriki. It would be the best to save their stamina for the invasion. The next would be Sasuke against Hyuga Hinata. He wondered what Sasuke would do. So, shall we begin, dear lady? Sasuke asked with a smirk. Hinata said nothing but moved into a Juken stance. So cold, Sasuke muttered. Oh well, he preferred those who played hard to get anyway. When the battle started, the Hyuga immediately moved closer towards Sasuke. She struck, targeting a chakra point in his hand. Sasuke moved to avoid the attack and countered. Raiden, Jaibashi, lightning release, electromagnetic murder, from Sasuke's hands, a wave of electricity came out and struck Hinata. She gritted her teeth in pain but otherwise, stayed silent. You are no fun, Sasuke jumped away. It would be the best to avoid fighting against a Hyuga in close range. Hinata wordlessly chased after Sasuke. However, it was useless. Sasuke was faster than her. In addition, Sasuke would attack her with many kind of jutsus, causing her to be unable to predict his movement. You know, if this is the extent of a Hyuga's power, then I'm really disappointed. Byakugan, white eye, the veins around Hinata's eyes bulged. What's the use of that? It's not like you can match my speed, Sasuke taunted. I mean really, the ability to see 360 degrees and the ability to see through physical objects. Rather than a shinobi's eyes, it should be pervert's eyes. And lastly, seeing chakra pathways and points. Yeah, real useful against jutsus, Sasuke gave a laugh. Throughout all of this, the spectators' reaction varied. Fugaku, Sasuke is acting more like you. Makoto scolded her husband. It is fine, he is showing those Hyuga how superior we are, Uchiha Fugaku smirked. Take that, Hiashi. Disrespectful boy, a Hyuga elder shouted in outrage. If Hinata lose here, it would certainly leave a stain on the Hyuga name, Hyuga Hiashi stated. Damn it, I won't lose this bet, Fugaku. Hinata glared at the smug Uchiha. She tried to attack him again. But he evaded and moved to counter. Hakusho Kaden, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, Hinata spun rapidly. A barrier made of rotating chakra appeared and hit Sasuke. As Sasuke flew, he saw Hinata moving into a familiar stance. He cursed. Hake Rokujuyun Sho, Hinata struck. Ni Sho, Hinata struck 2 times. Yan Sho, again, she struck 2 times, gaining faster speed and strength. Hachi Sho, this time, she struck 4 consecutive strikes. Jiroku Sho, by now, her hands were blur. She struck 8 times. Sanjuni Sho, she struck 16 times. Rokujuyun Sho, she ended with 32 consecutive strikes. The Sasuke who was hit exploded into smokes. Thank gods for Kage Bunshin, Sasuke groaned. He was barely able to use Shadow Clone substitution to avoid the last 32 strikes. In addition, because of Kage Bunshin, he was running low on chakra. No choice then, Sharingan. Copy Wheel Eye, Sasuke's eyes transformed into a fully matured Sharingan. Sasuke felt his body weakening. The poison seemed to be active. I should finish this as fast as possible. Sasuke moved into a stance. Everyone who watched the battle gasped. Let's go, Hake Rokujuyun Sho. Sasuke moved to attack. Hinata panicked. She knew about Sharingan's ability to copy ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu, but she thought that her clan techniques could not be copied. As she was caught in her surprise, Hinata did not manage to avoid the attack. Just kidding. Sasuke rapidly kicked and punched her without stopping. Then as Hinata wobbled around, he knocked her out with the blunt side of his kunai. That's for Sakura, Sasuke told her as she fell unconscious. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke returned to the waiting area. Damn, she got me, Sasuke cursed. The rules stated that the winners could not receive medical treatment until the tournament ended or until they lost. Sasuke, rest, I'll try to buy you some time, Naruto told him. Sasuke nodded and fell asleep on one of the chair. Naruto made a Kage Bunshin to watch over Sasuke. Then he went to the arena. Naruto and Yugito stood in front of each other. Kid, I advise you to give up, Yugito told him. No, Naruto refused calmly. If you don't give up, you'll meet a black cat, she warned. You know that I know. I also know about the reason you are here. But sorry, I am planning to fight my teammate at the final, Naruto told her. Kid, your teammate was hurt all over. He managed to win against Ikibi Jinchuriki and the Hyuga, but I doubt he could win against Nanabe's Jinchuriki. He will win. That is why I will defeat you. Naruto met the Jinchuriki's eyes. Alright, don't say that I didn't warn you. Nezumi Kedama, mouse hairball. Yugito spat a flaming ball of hair which transformed into a burning mouse. Naruto jumped out of the mouse's way, but the mouse split into several smaller parts and chased after him. Naruto threw several kunais to met the burning mouses and they exploded. Then, Naruto sensed a presence behind him and jumped away. Nekazuma, cat claw. He was not fast enough and his left leg was scratched by Yugito's elongated claw. Naruto fell a distance away from Yugito. Naruto stood, holding his injured leg. I cannot move fast in this condition and with Sasuke still unconscious. Nezumi Kedama, Yugito spat another flaming ball at him. Doden, earth release. A layer of earth chakra covered him and protected him from the explosion. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood on the same place. You are going to stay like that? Yugito asked. Naruto stood still. Even with his large chakra capacity, the previous battles were taking its toll on him. He doubted he could continue for much longer. As if on cue, the earth chakra disappeared. Yugito sighed and walked towards the boy. When she reached him, she lazily scratched him with her claw. Blood flowed from the scratch. Naruto still watched her. This is getting boring. Yugito moved to end the battle. She raised her claws. Naruto grabbed her shoulders. Wah! Futon, Kaden, Naruto's hands were covered in wind chakras and then burned. Yugito hissed in pain as her shoulders were grabbed tightly by the burning hands. She escaped from him and crouched like a cat. Naruto released his wind and fire chakra. Then he pointed at the Jinchuriki. Uzumaki. Kusari, unlike before, this time, only one chain appeared. It circled Yugito's body and moved to bound her. Yugito tried to escape but her legs were caught by the chain. She tried to use her Biju chakra, but like Utakata, the chakra was subdued by the chain. However, Naruto noted that the chakra was steadily increasing. It seems that one chain was not enough to hold a Biju. Raiden, Kusari, he decided to knock her out before the chakra increased even further. Soon, Yugito met the same fate as Naruto's two previous opponents. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. The boy won, however, I doubt he is able to fight anymore. The Raikage watched as Naruto limped to the waiting area. Itachi chuckled. What is it, Hokage-sama? The Mizukage asked curiously. Do not underestimate him. I have no doubt that he would fight in the final match. No matter what condition he is in. An impressive trait, such trait is something all shinobi need to possess. The Kazekage praised. Naruto returned to the waiting area and his clone dispelled himself. Rest, Naruto, Sasuke advised him. Sasuke placed him on a chair. Naruto made a kage bunshin to wake him up after Sasuke's match and then, he fell asleep. Sasuke walked out to the arena. His opponent followed. Sasuke checked his opponent. Are you a boy or a girl? Sasuke asked bluntly. Fu's face went red. I'm a girl, damn it. A tomboy then, Sasuke observed. Dai, Hiden, Rinpogakur no Jutsu. Secret. Hiding in scale powder technique, she exhaled a shining powder from her mouth that blinded everyone. Well, almost everyone. Sasuke caught Fu's fist and countered her with a kick. How? Fu asked in surprise. Sasuke released the genjutsu he placed over his face and revealed his secret. A sunglasses. Fu sounded incredulous. Yeah, Naruto told me that I should prepare this in case I have to fight you. Seems like it worked, Sasuke smirked. Fu stared at Sasuke in disbelief. Then she punched him. Caught off guard, Sasuke did not defend. The hell was that for? Sasuke asked. For being stupid. Then she tried to punch him again. You know, other than that blinding technique, you don't really have anything else, do you? Sasuke asked. Fu went red again. Shut up. She released some of her Biju chakra to partially transform. A pair of insect wings appeared from her back. She began to flew. That's kind of cool, Sasuke commented. Fu began to attack Sasuke by diving to the ground and then returning back to the sky again. Sasuke avoided the attacks and then prepared himself to counter the flying girl. Fu moved to attack Sasuke again, but he was prepared. Raiden, Jibashi, Sasuke released a small wave of electricity. She screamed as she crashed into the wave. Got you. Sasuke increased the chakra in the technique and it knocked her out. Sasuke noted that with some of his chakra points closed, his jutsu was weakened considerably. Too bad, he would prefer to fight Naruto in full strength. Winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Impressive, the Raikage nodded. It seems that some of his chakra points have restored itself, Itachi noted. Then, let us begin the final match. Naruto and Sasuke faced each other. Too bad that we both are too tired for this, Naruto commented. Sasuke nodded, we won't be able to use jutsu in this battle. We will have a duel then, Naruto asked. Yeah, a duel, Sasuke smirked. The boys walked closer to each other. Then they both readied their hands. The audience, even the cages, held their breaths. As one, they moved. Janken Pon. The whole audience face faulted. Chapter 9 Invasion. Janken Pon, or more commonly known as Janken, was a game derived from Sansukumi Ken, a battle between snake, frog and slug. Janken, unlike what most believed, was not a random game. It was a battle of mind. It was the ultimate test of ability. The ability to predict and outmaneuver your opponent. There existed old scrolls containing the secret of Janken. The scrolls held the formula of victory. In it was written the many strategies that could be performed in Janken. Some of the strategies include, but not limited to, history matching, frequency analysis, and random guessing. All of that, in Janken, shinobi style, were useless. In Janken, shinobi style, the two shinobi who faced each other would employ tricks and mind games to defeat the enemy. The most common tricks are dojutsu, genjutsu and ninjutsu. When a Janken was declared in a battlefield, the two opposing shinobi shall duel with their full strength, and in the end, only one may walk away victorious. Right now, two teammates, two friends, a Uchiha and a Uzumaki, stood facing each other in this deadly duel. Janken Pon. They threw their hands. In that second, the Uchiha's eyes transformed. He predicted Naruto's next move, scissors, and reacted accordingly. He froze. Naruto smirked. Had he made an error? The magnificent Uchiha-sama. The Naruto facing him suddenly disappeared and was substituted by different Naruto. A Kage Bunshin, curse him. When the hands were revealed, the result was a draw. Both papers, much to Naruto's surprise. What manner of trickery is this? Naruto demanded. Sasuke smirked. I know that you must have set a trap somewhere. That is why instead of throwing a winning hand, I, the great magnificent Uchiha-sama, decided to throw a paper. Why don't you just throw a scissors? Logically speaking, I would throw a paper, and if you threw a scissors, it would end in your victory, Naruto pointed out. It would, wouldn't it? Sasuke tilted his head. Oh God, why didn't I do that? It matters not, let us continue. They drew their hands back. Janken Pon. This time, they punched each other. They glared. Cheating bastard, they shouted at the same time. Janken Pon. Their paper met each other. Stop copying me, they shouted at each other. Janken Pon. The audience stared blankly. What the hell? One Inuzuka Kiba summed their thought perfectly. That's Sasuke and Naruto. Alright, Sakura shook her head and with a smile. What do you mean, Sakura? Ino asked. Naruto and Sasuke realized if they battle right now, Naruto will win, no contest. Sasuke's chakra is even lower than a genin right now. He won't be able to fight. That is why they decided to finish the match like this, Kakashi explained as he watched his students with Sharingan. This shall be recorded in his mind for eternity. A Janken battle between a Uchiha and a Uzumaki. Quite a rare sight. This might be even better than Ika Ika. Kakashi scoffed. No way, nothing is better than his precious Ika Ika. Who will win this battle? Kurenai asked. Most likely Naruto, unless Sasuke decided to consume all his remaining chakra for one jutsu. Overall, Sasuke is a little stronger and faster than Naruto. But Naruto's Uzumaki heritage gave him enhanced stamina and healing, Kakashi answered. Hokage Dono, your ninjas are certainly unique, the Kazekage commented. Indeed, Kazekage-sama, they certainly are. Itachi watched the battle with an amused face. How much longer will this match go? The Mizukage wondered. I believe they will finish this soon. The Uchiha looked as if he was about to faint. Jan-ken Pon. Sasuke summoned all of his chakra for one last strike. His eyes glinted. Sasuke Ogi, Nizanin Garashi. Sasuke's secret technique. 2,000 years of death. Sasuke instantly moved to Naruto's back and struck with a Senin Garashi. Just like in preliminary, Sasuke felt the world stop. Then Naruto flew. Damn you Uchiha, screamed the flying boy. When Naruto began to descend, Sasuke moved to Naruto's landing area. He punched Naruto back to the sky. Sasuke raised his right hand to the left of his neck. He made a thumbs down and dragged his hand across his neck. The universal sign of, kill you. Naruto slammed to the ground. The proctor checked him. When Naruto did not move, he announced the winner. Winner, Uchiha Sa. He was cut off when a flying sandal hit Sasuke. Already weak because his chakra ran out, Sasuke instantly fell unconscious. Naruto stood back up, his other sandal raised. Use any tools for victory. Even sandals, Naruto stated with a smirk as he threw his other sandal aside. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto, the proctor declared with a shocked expression. The moment Naruto's victory was declared, all hell broke loose. The cage area exploded and ninjas from Taki, Suna, Oto and Kiri moved to attack. Damn, no warning at all. Naruto muttered as he avoided a Kiri nin attack and punched the ninja back. Sasuke, wake up, he shouted at the unconscious boy. Sasuke was surrounded by enemy ninjas. Before they could touch him, they were struck by a hail of Senbon. Naruto-san, I'll protect, Sasuke-kun. Do not worry, Haku appeared beside Sasuke and carried the boy on her shoulder. Naruto nodded, then he sensed a presence behind him and he attacked. Calm down, kid, it's me, Jiraiya grabbed his arm. Jiraiya-sama, how are the Jinchurikis? Naruto asked. You, Kushina and I will take care of them. I noticed that your chains could hold them back. Jiraiya took out a pill. Here, swallow this, it will restore your chakra. Naruto wordlessly took the pill and placed it in his mouth. It seems that his mother had to fight after all. Let's go. Naruto and Jiraiya went to search Kushina. Now, I would like to say this as a surprise. Then again, not really. Itachi stood beside the Raikage. The Raikage had tossed aside his cloak and hat, revealing his dark-skinned, muscular build. Beside him stood Killer B, his brother and Hachibi Jinchuriki. You found out, huh? The Cage smirked. Of course, do you think an alliance of 4 villages could pass through our network? Scoffed and prepared himself for a fight. That is indeed, too bad. I was hoping to finish this quickly. Yagura, the Mizukage was surrounded by his Biju chakra. His form disappeared under the dense chakra and the chakra grew larger. Sanbi. Itachi noted the 3 shadowy tails behind it. The chakra faded in the form of a giant turtle, with crab shell and 3 shrimp-like tiles was revealed. Sanbi no Kyodaigame opened his left eye, showing a black eyes with red pupil. His right eye seemed injured, noted. Then, it is clear where we must attack. Itachi threw his Hokage hat aside. Time to fight, better say good night. B was surrounded by Biju chakra, much like Yagura. Itachi in a jumped, away from the transforming Jinchuriki. Let us allow the Jinchuriki to fight one another. We have a troublesome enemy here, Itachi nodded at the cage. But first, I would like to know. Who are you? The cage laughed, he threw his hat, and dispelled his genjutsu, revealing a man with orange mask. The mask showed only one eye of his, which he kept closed. You may call me Toby. Who is this clown? Wondered. He did not recognize the name Toby and he was certain he knew every S-ranked ninjas in the bingo book. I recognized you from the description Jiraiya gave. You are the man who killed Namikaze Minato, Itachi accused. Correct. Toby gave a bow. Turned serious. The death of Namikaze Minato was a mystery to the whole shinobi world. The Yondaime Hokage was considered to be the strongest shinobi in their time and there, in front of him stood the man who killed the legend. Toby opened his eye, revealing a Sharingan. This will be annoying, Itachi commented as the battle began. Hello, sensei, Orochimaru greeted his sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, I heard that you are the leader of Otogakure. The old man was in his full battle garb. It seems that you are here to attack Konoha. The snake Sanin smirked. Sasuke was awoken by the sounds of fighting. What the hell? Sasuke looked around. The stadium was like a battlefield. Everywhere there were ninjas battling one another. Sasuke, attack Taki, Kiri, Suna and Oto. They are invading, Kakashi shouted at his student. Sasuke nodded. Then he realized that his chakra was practically empty. Sasuke-kun, here, a soldier pill. Haku gave him a pill and he swallowed it. Okay, bring it on. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and met his enemies in battle. Fugaku, you let your guard down. Hiashi told his rival as he stopped an enemy who was about to attack Fugaku from behind. I am merely allowing them the honor of striking the great Uchiha once. That should be an acceptable gift for them to bring to hell, Fugaku arrogantly smirked. Fugaku, stop acting arrogant, Makoto advised him as she burned a Taki nin with a fireball. Hyuga Hazashi chuckled, if he is not arrogant, then he is an imposter. Jiraiya-sama, where are we going? Naruto asked Jiraiya. After they found Kushina, Jiraiya told the mother and son to follow him. They are currently moving away from the village. Naruto wondered why. We are going to the place of your birth, Jiraiya told him. Why? Naruto asked again. That place was made to contain Kyuubi chakra. It was the place where Uzumaki Mito, the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki, gave birth and was the place where you were born. I see, so it is the three of us, against Ikibi, Rokubi, Nanabi, Naruto guessed. Only Rokubi and Nanabi, Ikibi Jinchuriki, Gaara was taken to a secure place and I already reinforced his seal. Where is Yugito-san? Naruto asked, wondering why the Nibi Jinchuriki is not helping them. She has a job, Jiraiya answered shortly. And the job is? Guess. Naruto thought about it. Sochi, what is the most vital component of an invasion? Kushina asked. An army. Is she fighting against the enemies in Konoha? No, Jiraiya smirked. She is fighting near Kiri. Naruto's eyes lighten up in realization. She is preventing the reinforcement from Kiri. Yes, and Iwa with their Jinchurikis are attacking Suna and Taki. I suspected that when I was with Itachi-sama. Iwa is our ally, isn't it? We scratch their back, they scratch ours. Jiraiya stopped. Here we are. Just enter this cave and we are there. Naruto felt a small amount of fear. Fear of not being able to protect his mother. He ignored it. They entered the cave. A giant blue flame two-tailed cat spat a fireball at the incoming Kiri ships. They did not manage to avoid it and the ship burned. The cat grinned. That horrifying sight was the last thing the Kiri nins saw. A brown-eyed man wearing an armor stood in front of the Suna army. An army of Iwa nins behind him. Attack, he commanded and the battle between Iwa and Suna began. Han decided that it was a good time to be a Jinchuriki of Gobi. A red-haired old man sighed as an army of Taki nins appeared in front of him. He wore a large headpiece made of a three-pointed crown-like ridge with Iwagakure forehead protector on it. Damn Onoki, he muttered, this is the last time I'll do you a favor. He slammed his hands on the ground. The army of Taki nins screamed as the ground they were standing on suddenly transformed into lava. Roshi, the Yonbi Jinchuriki sighed again as more Taki nins appeared. The three Konoha ninjas stared at the raging beasts. One was a giant bipedal slimy white slug with 6 tails. Rokubi. No, Saiken, a voice sounded in Naruto's head. The other was a giant blue kabutomushi with 7 tails, 6 resembling green insect wings and the 7th growing from its abdomen. It had 6 legs. Nanabi. No, Chome, the voice called out again. They were attacking the whole area but the seal prevented them from destroying anything. Honestly, Naruto was scared. He was confident when facing the Jinchuriki, but now, seeing them in Biju forms, he realized how weak he was compared to them. Sochi, it's going to be alright, Kushina hugged him. He calmed down. Alright, you both restrain the Biju, one each. Then I'll place several seals on them, Jiraiya informed the plan to Kushina and Naruto. They nodded. Kushina and Naruto created several chakra chains and sent them towards the beasts. Roku no Saiken became alert and spat out acid to a chain, melting it. The chain quickly reformed using more chkra and continued on its path. Then Nanabi, Chome used his middle tail to slam Kushina. Naruto moved on its path and was sent flying away. Naruto, Kushina screamed. She tried to reach the boy but the Nanabi and Rokubi prevented her advance. Naruto felt his bones cracked and he tried to stand but only managed to sat. He saw Saiken beside him. Saiken, sensing his presence, met his gaze with his two tentacle eyes. Naruto felt a sudden headache when he met Saiken's eyes as information flooded his brain. Saiken, corrosive substances, able to hurt other biju. He then turned to Chome. Chome, various powders, dangerous effects, he muttered. What is it, Naruto-kun? Kushina asked Naruto. Naruto ignored her, still in daze. Kushina looked worried. It was unlike Naruto to ignore her. When Chome saw them, it suddenly flapped its wings faster. Chome, Rinpungakur, prevent, Naruto stated in daze. Kushina listened and watched as Naruto's chains moved faster and held the wings of the Nanabi before it could unleash its powder. Saiken, noticing its sibling in danger, spat a corrosive acid on the chains. Saiken, Kuzuresuru, substitute target. Naruto moved another chains to stop the acid before it hit the chains holding Chome. Saiken roared in frustration. Kushina and Jiraiya watched in shock as Naruto controlled the chains as if he was controlling his own hands. The chains subdued the bijus easily as if it was facing a group of genins. Suddenly, they felt Naruto's chakra explode and the chains became faster. Geto, Kusari, outer path, chain, Naruto muttered in daze. The bijus roared in pain as the chains glowed. Jiraiya and Kushina stared as the bijus weakened and finally transformed back into their Jinchurikis. After the Jinchurikis fell unconscious, Naruto turned to face Jiraiya and Kushina with glazed eyes. Geto, Kusari. Again, the chains appeared, this time, targeting Jiraiya and Kushina. Jiraiya cursed. Itachi cursed in unknowing unison with Jiraiya. You are annoying, he told Tobi. No matter what he did, their attacks would pass through the masked shinobi. Beside them, the battle between a bull octopus and a deformed turtle raged on. The Sanbi's remaining eye was struck by the octopus ink and it berserked around without aiming its attacks. The Hachibi was, I float, like a butterfly, and sting like a bee, 'cause I'm the Hachibi, being crazy. B. End that battle now, we'll surround this guy. I bro, prepare to feel the Hachibi-sama power. B. In Hachibi form made a black ball of energy. The Bijudama, the ultimate attack of a biju. The attack made by balancing the black and white chakra 8:2 ratio respectively. The ball was compressed by the bull octopus mouth. The moment he unleashed the black sphere, the ground shook. Itachi turned and had to admit, he was impressed. The Sanbi's shell was broken through and the beast fell, transforming back into Yagura. It seems that I am in a disadvantage, Tobi commented as the Hachibi and the two cages turned to him. I will retreat, for now. His body spun and he disappeared. Space-time jutsu, Itachi frowned. The last shinobi who used space-time manipulation became known as the first SSS-ranked shinobi in the elemental country. Now the killer of said shinobi used the same space-time manipulation. As what Nara Shikaku would say, troublesome. In the arena, the Konoha forces managed to defeat their opponents. The invading forces were planning to attack until their reinforcements arrived, but thanks to Kumo and Iwa, the reinforcements were destroyed before they arrived. When the news of Iwa and Kumo's assistance spread, the morale of the invading forces decreased. It decreased further when they noticed that the Jinchurikis disappeared. When Yagura was defeated, they surrendered. Kakashi scanned the area. Naruto, where are you? Jiraiya and Kushina stood before Naruto's Uno conscious form. Jiraiya stared at his godson with toad-like eyes. What happened to you, Naruto? What happened to him? Kushina voiced Jiraiya's thought. The Kyuubi chakra receded from her and her red slitted eyes returned back to her usual violet blue. I don't know, Jiraiya wondered why Naruto went into a daze all of the sudden. Not only that, in that state, he only used his chains and no jutsu. What was it he called the chains? Geto, Kusari. His control over the chains was amazing. He even defeated Kushina before she used Kyuubi chakra to reinforce her chains. Does it have something to do with Kyuubi? Kushina wondered. Perhaps Kyuubi's chakra poisoned or affected Naruto in some ways. He snapped when he saw the biju. No, Mito-sama's son, Tsunade's father was a normal shinobi, aside from his Uzumaki and Senju heritage. Naruto is special, he just wondered how special. For now, let's go back to the village. We subdued the Jinchurikis. That's it. Kushina hinted that they need to keep Naruto's problem a secret. Jiraiya nodded, alright, though, I need to tell the Hokage and Tsunade about it. Good idea, Tsunade might be able to find out what's wrong with him. They returned to Konoha, carrying the 3 unconscious ninjas. Naruto woke up and saw an unfamiliar white ceiling. Where? He muttered. Sochi, you are awake. Kushina hugged him. Naruto noted that she must have been beside him for a while. She looked as if she did not sleep for some days. He seemed to be in a hospital room. Okasama, Naruto hugged back, confused. You've been unconscious for 5 days. Kushina told him. Tsunade told me that nothing is wrong, but I was so worried. I'm fine. Naruto noted that his voice was hoarse. Rest, Naruto, I'll call Tsunade. Kushina kissed his forehead and walked out of the room. What happened? Naruto wondered. Naruto standing before Kushina, his chains binding her. She screamed in pain. Naruto shook his head. What was that? Naruto grabbed his head. Geto. The same voice that called out to him when he faced the Biju came back again. Geto. Naruto wondered whether listening to a voice in his head made him crazy or not. He decided not to think about it. He should look for any books about this, Geto, after he was released. So, how are you feeling? Tsunade asked as she entered the room with his mother. Fine, just hungry, Naruto answered. Alright, we'll prepare some food for you. Do you have any headaches? Tsunade asked as she took out a note and a pen. No, Naruto lied. Tsunade looked suspicious but decided to ignore it. Do you remember anything? No, he lied again. I just remember trying to stop the Biju and nothing else. Tsunade wrote something on the note. How is your chakra? Naruto tried to gather his chakra. To his surprise, it was easier than before. I can draw it easier than before. Stay still for a while. Tsunade placed her hand over his body. The hand glowed green and Tsunade moved it over all part of his body. Tsunade frowned. What's wrong, Tsunade? Kushina asked, concerned about her son. Impossible. Tsunade scanned Naruto again. What is wrong with my body, Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked. Naruto, do you know how to unlock the 8 gates? Tsunade asked. Naruto shook his head and her frown deepened. Tsunade, what is wrong with my son? Kushina asked, her worry clear in her face. Cumin, Tsunade stated in disbelief. The mother and son looked confused. Naruto's cumin is opened, and still is. Cumin, the second gate, Naruto asked. Yes, as of right now, your body is constantly opening the second gate. This is bad. Tsunade paced around the room. Then she saw the other two's puzzled expressions. The cumin or the gate of healing is used to forcibly increase the user's physical strength and to temporarily re-energizes the body. As of right now, you are like a lamp that is always on. My chakra is constantly being used. If this keeps up, I will run out of chakra and die, Naruto concluded. What should we do, Tsunade? Kushina tried to hide her anxiety but failed. I need a Hyuga to seal the gate. Kushina looked relieved but Tsunade continued, but there is a risk. What risk? Kushina asked. The cumin is located in the brain. A single mistake in the procedure may cause him brain damages. Do it, Naruto told her. Naruto, Kushina shouted at her son. How could he be so calm? What if the damage turned him into a vegetable? It is either that or a slow death, Naruto told her. Even right now, I can feel my chakra decreasing. I'll tell the Hokage. Tsunade left. Sochi. I will be fine, Okasama. Even Naruto was not convinced by what he said. The next day, Naruto laid on an operating table. Tsunade-sama, what are the risks? Naruto asked Tsunade when he realized that they were alone. 1. You might not be able to use chakra anymore. 2. You might lose your memories. 3. You might turn into a vegetable. 4. You might become stupid, Tsunade told him. Was the last one a joke? Naruto tried to smile. Tsunade did not say anything. Soon, more people came to the operating room. Naruto felt a drug was injected to him. And he allowed himself to lose consciousness. Begin the operation. Naruto opened his eyes. He was standing in a plain. He looked around. No matter where he looked, there was only the grass plain. Naruto looked at the sky. He saw the moon. No, it was not the moon. It was a ball with 4 concentric circles and 9 tomo. The 3 tomo closest to the middle glowed red. Where am I? Chapter 10 Realms of Existence. Uzumaki Naruto walked. He did not know how long had it been. He just picked a direction and walked. Walked, and walked. Naruto glared at the giant shining ball in the sky. He began to wonder whether the operation failed and he had gone crazy because of it. After what felt like a few hours of walking, he lost his composure. Where the hell am I? He tried to gather his chakra but failed. It was as if his chakra was gathered but they were not there. What is wrong with my chakra? He wondered and tried to gather his chakra again. He saw a wisp of blue chakra in a distance. He immediately ran towards it. As he drew closer, the blue chakra became clearer. He found himself on a cliff. He noted that the blue chakra was floating at the edge. Sounds of waves crashing at the cliff filled the area. Welcome, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto blinked. Did the chakra just spoke? He asked himself. The chakra has no mouth and the voice sounded similar to his. He had no proof that it was the chakra who spoke but his instinct told him that it was the chakra, and he believed it. Chakra, it seems that you are still unable to gaze upon my true form, the chakra spoke again. Who are you? Naruto instantly became cautious. He was unable to use chakra and a strange being appeared in front of him. If it was a hostile, he doubted he would win the battle. I art thou? No, I suppose, thou art I would be more appropriate. What? Naruto tilted his head. This form is unsuited for us to communicate. The chakra transformed into himself. The same clothes, the same blonde hair. The other Naruto opened his eyes, revealing a ripple-like patterned light purple eyes. In the instant Naruto saw the eyes, Naruto was captivated. Do you like the eyes? It is ours, the other Naruto told him. Then he chuckled. No, it should be ours. It was ours. You are confusing, Naruto bluntly told him. I suppose I consider it as a compliment then. He saw Naruto's expression and chuckled. Ask me your questions, perhaps I may answer. Why do you look like me? Naruto asked. I would answer your question, but before I do, would you care to try answering? Are you my chakra? That was Naruto's guess. He first appeared as a chakra. It would be logical to assume that he is his chakra given form. I suppose that was close. However, I am afraid that is not the answer. Naruto tried to think again. Those eyes are dojutsu, right? Then are you some kind of sentient dojutsu? Again, it was close. However, it was still not the correct answer. The being gave another chuckle. Alright, what are you then? Naruto asked. You may call me Tendo, the other Naruto. Tendo gave a bow. Tendo. Naruto remembered the voice. Are you the voice in my head? I am quite offended. I would prefer not to be identified simply as the voice in your head. My apologies, but am I correct? Naruto asked him. If his guess was correct, then he could ask the man many things. Especially about how he had information Naruto did not know. Correct, I am the one who spoke to you. Now this was a welcome surprise. He was not expecting the positive answer. Then again, it might be that all of this was a genjutsu or his hallucination because of the failed operation. I am neither an illusion, nor a hallucination, Tendo informed him, frowning as if he had been insulted. Then his frown transformed into a smile. What is your next question? Geto. What is it? Naruto asked. His mind flashed back to the image he saw of his mother being bound by his chains. The last thing he remembered was the word, Geto. First, I should return your memories of that battle. Tendo waved his hand at the moon, and it began to glow. Watch the water, he told Naruto. Naruto moved closer to the edge of the cliff and watched as the area of water that was bathed by the light of the moon showed a familiar sight. When his eyes met with Saiken's, his mind went blank. He changed. He was not Uzumaki Naruto anymore. He was Geto, the outer realm. Saiken, corrosive substances, able to hurt other biju. He then turned to Chome. Chome, various powders, dangerous effects, he muttered. What is it, Naruto-kun? He heard a woman voice asked him. He ignored it, he must neutralize the berserking beasts first. He saw Chome flapping his wings. He recognized it. Chome, Rinpungakur, prevent, he must stop the attack. Chome's blinding powder was a threat. He sent his chains to held Chome's wings. He heard Saiken trying to help Chome and moved his chains to prevent it. Saiken, Kuzuresuru, substitute target, the chains he used to divert the attack was hit and they melted. Then he realized that his body was not in an optimal state. The damage would prove to be a trouble. He wordlessly unleashed the second limiter and felt his body healing instantly. With that done, he moved to end the battle. Geto, Kusari, Saiken and Chome roared in pain. He tightened the chains and saw them revert to their normal form. Target neutralized. However, there were two more presents. If left alone, they might hurt the vessels of Saiken and Chome. He must neutralize them. Geto, Kusari. He sent the chains at the white-haired man and the red-haired woman. The man and woman avoided his chains easily. He increased the speed of his chains and attacked them again. The man created a swirling sphere of chakra and destroyed one of his chain. Impressive. The woman summoned her own chains. He noted that the chains were similar to his. Was she a relative? However, in face of Geto, no mortal weapon could survive. His chains crashed onto the woman's and her chains broke. His chains caught the woman. He stood before her as she screamed in pain. He flinched, her voice sounded familiar. His musing was cut short when he was struck by the man. That swirling sphere was quite powerful. It matters not, Geto only had one mission. To eliminate any who stood against the paths of samsara. Geto noticed that the man had different eyes. Does this man possess a blessed eyes? No, it was clear that he did not. The man was nothing more than a mere mortal. When he sensed another chakra exploding, he realized that he had released the woman. The woman was surrounded by a familiar chakra. Kurama, one of his. The woman's eyes met his. He noted that it was Kurama's. It seemed that the vessel of Kurama was a hostile. With that confirmed, he unleashed his chains once more. However, he noticed that his chains could not reach the man. The man was blessed by nature. Such a surprise. It would not do for him to fight against a blessed of nature. He decided to stop his chains and allowed the man to knock him out. Geto relinquished the control of the body. His mission would wait for the next time. Naruto stared at the now clear water blankly. What was that? Whatever controlled his body managed to match his mother and Jiraiya only by using chakra chains. He also managed to unlock the second gate. But most importantly, he managed to defeat 2 Biju easily. That was Geto. The seventh, Tendo informed him as the moon stopped glowing. His voice as he called Geto could only be considered mocking. It was as if he considered Geto beneath him. Truly, he was foolish. He almost caused an irreparable damage to our body by unlocking the second limiter. No, not unlocking, he forced it to open. He tore it apart. Naruto guessed that the limiter was the gates. If what Tendo said was true, then the reason why the second gate was opened permanently was because of Geto. How could he defeat the Bijus like they were nothing? Tendo met his gaze and answered, Geto is effective against beings of destructive nature. His power is increased when facing any kind destructive force. On the other hand, he was unable to hurt a blessed of nature. To put it simply, he is an anti-Biju weapon. Blessed of nature. Naruto has never heard that term before, but he seemed to be referring to Jiraiya. A sage, someone who is able to communicate and work together with nature. Our power would not be as effective against them. Geto is rather unique. As you saw, the seventh was unable to harm the sage. Naruto nodded. He saw the chains disappearing just before they struck Jiraiya. He needed to ask his godfather about this, blessed of nature. Maybe Jiraiya could give him more information. Then he realized what Tendo said. The seventh. Naruto asked, if that was the seventh, does that mean there are at least 6 more of them? Indeed, there are 7 of us. I am the first. Tendo smiled proudly as he stated it. What are you? Naruto asked again. We are the paths of samsara. We are the cycle of rebirth. We are the realms of existence. With each sentence the pressure around Tendo grew. Naruto stared at the being, speechless. After some time, Naruto finally found his voice. Why are you in me? Because you are chosen. The moment you have awoken the eye of samsara, the Rinnegan, we exist inside you. You are our master. Rinnegan. Naruto tested the name, it sounded right, then he realized one thing. But I have never activated the eyes. Then I will show you. The moment of my ascension. Again, the moon glowed and Naruto watched the ocean again. He was walking back home from his training. He suddenly saw a shadow and decided to follow it. He sneaked around and arrived in a training ground. Sochi. He heard his mother shout and turned. He immediately wished he did not turn. His mother laid bleeding on the training ground. A Kumo shinobi near her. He felt his world break. His mother, his lovely mother was dying. Dying. Dead, 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 dead. Immediately, his vision went white. He stared blankly at the man who was carrying a girl. The genjutsu worked. He must be in shock now, the man told another shinobi beside him. What was the genjutsu about? His accomplice asked. Just about that bitch mother of his dying. With the Yondaime's son with us, they will reward us more. Let's take him. This man showed him an illusion of his mother dying. This mortal dared to insult his mother. Die. Just as the man was about to reach him, he and his friend was pushed back by an invisible force. He saw from the corner of his eyes that the girl was dropped. He felt his eyes transforming. He knew the feeling, he recognized it. When his eyes began to create a ripple pattern, he knew. He was Tendo, the heaven realm, the path of God, he was the first. He saw a ball of thunder approaching him and lazily sent it back with a wave of his hand. Mortal, you dare raise your hand against me? He asked. Your bravery is commendable, however, it is foolish. Trash should know their place. He raised his hand. Tensei, heaven conqueror, he made a fist and the mortal exploded. The other mortal shook from fear. Good, at least he recognized his superior. I am not unforgiving. I shall allow you one chance to beg for forgiveness, mortal, he declared to the mortal. The mortal shook even harder, pathetic. Truly he represented the sad state of the mortals. Please forgive me. The mortal knelt. The mortal threw away all pride he had for a chance to live. He laughed. Shinra Bansho. All of creation, everything around the mortal suddenly crashed onto him. The mortal screamed as he was buried under the ground, mud, and trees. The power of the pull kept increasing and he felt the mortal life force fading. Disappear from my sight, the mortal and everything that stuck near him exploded. He noticed that the mortal girl watching him. Who am I, mortal? He asked the mortal girl. Her answer would decide whether he would allow her to live or not. You are a god, the mortal answered. He laughed. Indeed, I am the first path of samsara. I am the realm of God, he told the girl as he floated away. Naruto stared. This time, he could not contain his shock. That was. Naruto turned towards Tendo. That was my punishment for the foolish mortals, Tendo stated it as if it was obvious. Naruto stared at the boy who called himself God. Even from the memory, he felt Tendo's power. It was massive, greater than anyone he knew. Even Geto's power could not match it. It seems that you have recognized my superiority, Tendo chuckled. Worry not, my master. Right now, I shall assist you. However, the moment I consider you to be unworthy of my power, Tendo's Rinnegan eyes seemed to glow. I will end you. After Tendo's declaration, the waves calmed down, as if it were commanded by the heaven. Naruto met Tendo's eyes. I will control your power one day, Naruto promised. I expect nothing less from my master. As a prize, I shall send you the realm of Shirado. The second, Tendo waved his hand towards Naruto and he was sent flying, away from Tendo's location. I hope that you could impress us, master. It would be a pity to end a being such as you. Tendo moved his gaze towards the moon, and disappeared into chakra. For now, I should protect our brain from any damage those mortals may cause. Perhaps after this I should speak with Geto. His recklessness almost cost us our body. Naruto fell to the ground. He groaned and looked around. He was in a mountain, then he looked below. A volcanic mountain, he amended. He also noted that this time, the moon was normal. The patterns in the tomo were gone. You must be our Uzumaki Naruto, a voice spoke to him. Naruto turned to the voice and saw another him. This time, the other him had 6 arms and each of them held a sword. He had 3 faces, each with different expression. One calm, one angry, one smiling. Each of them had the rinnegan. Currently, he was facing the calm one. I am Shirado, the second, the realm of demon. Shirado observed him. Prepare yourself, then he suddenly attacked. Wait, Naruto shouted as he avoided Shirado's sword swings. Why are you attacking me? You are not my master, unless you prove yourself to me, Shirado growled, his face changing into the angry one. I cannot use chakra, how am I supposed to fight? Naruto protested. Indeed, he doubted he could win against a path, if what he saw Geto and Tendo did were any indication of their strength. His chance of winning was shot down, especially without any chakra. Shirado threw 2 of his swords to the ground. Use those then. After Naruto picked the 2 swords up, 2 more swords formed in Shirado's free hands. Then he attacked again. Naruto cursed. He never trained with swords, and facing an opponent who had 3 times swords as he had, he doubted he could win. Did Tendo forget to tell you? Shirado asked. If you lose, the one who killed you will take control of your body. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He did not know that. If they were allowed to control his body, he had no doubt that they would cause chaos. He avoided another swing of Shirado's sword and countered with a stab. Shirado deflected it. If you can defeat me, I will grant you my strength and return you to your body, Shirado declared, face returning to the calm one. I doubt you could survive facing the other paths now. For now, my power is enough for you. Shirado stopped attacking. Naruto regained his breath. So, I will face each one of you. And if I win, I will gain your powers. He asked for confirmation. Yes, first you shall face me. After that, you can freely return here to challenge the others, Shirado explained. Can you tell me who they are? Naruto asked. The third, Ninjendo, the human realm. The fourth, Chikushodo, the animal realm. The fifth, Gakido, the Preta realm. The sixth, Jigokudo, the hell realm. In the outer one, Geto, Shirado listed. After you defeated Geto, you may challenge Tendo, the god realm. So he was the strongest after all. Naruto muttered. Strongest? No. In terms of strength, I am the strongest, Shirado boasted. Naruto smirked. All right, bring it on. He instantly moved and cut one of Shirado's right arm. Caught off guard, Shirado screamed in pain. Curse you. Shirado's face became the angry expression and he began attacking wildly. Naruto noticed that while his swings became faster, Shirado's defense was virtually non-existent. He avoided the slashes and cut another arm of his. Shirado calmed down and the face transformed back to the calm one. He jumped away from Naruto. He threw his swords away and formed a giant bow on one of his left arm. And a giant arrow on his right. He positioned them and pulled the string with both of his right arms. Naruto swore he heard the bow creak. Damn, that could be dangerous, Naruto commented. He prepared himself to avoid the arrow. Die. Shirado unleashed the giant arrow towards Naruto. Naruto had to admit, the speed was impressive, but he could avoid it. When he jumped away, the arrow suddenly exploded and he was blown away by the explosion. He skidded on the ground and seemingly fell to the volcano. Shirado moved to check on Naruto. When he peered at the volcano, his eyes widened. Naruto was using one of his sword to stop his fall. He did this by embedding the sword to the mountain. Naruto spun using the embedded sword and flew back to the edge of the mountain. He rolled above Shirado's head and slashed his back. Shirado turned around and was kicked by Naruto to the volcano. This body is mine, Naruto shouted. Shirado fell and was consumed by the volcano. Naruto panted and fell to the ground. He laid there and closed his eyes. When he was about to sleep, the sound of volcano woke him up. He stared in shock as Shirado jumped out from the volcano. Shirado's body was broken. He lost all of his right arms, and all but one of his left arm. His angry and calm faces were burned, leaving him with the smiling one. That was impressive, my master, Shirado laughed happily. I accept you. We shall work together towards our goal. I am Shirado, the realm of demon. The second path of samsara. My power is yours to command. Shirado disappeared into blue chakra that entered Naruto's body. Naruto smiled. 1 down, 6 more to go. A white door appeared at the place where Shirado stood before. Naruto examined it. Master, that is the way out. Naruto looked around for the source of the voice. It's me, Shirado, I am in you. Naruto nodded. He looked at the door again and opened it with a confident smile. I'm back, he muttered. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes. Sochi, are you alright? Kushina asked him. Her face was filled with worry. I'm fine, Okasama, Naruto answered her with a smile. He noted that he was more relaxed now. That would be Byaku's of me, Shirado told him. I am the realm of demon. I embody your jealousy, struggle, combat or rationalization of the world. Each of the realms embody certain parts of life. To put it simply, with each of us you absorbed, your mind will grow. Kushina smiled happily and hugged him. When Tsunade said that you did not wake up, I was so worried. How long did I sleep? Naruto asked his mother. You've been asleep for 3 hours, Kushina informed him. 3 feels longer in my mind, Naruto muttered. All in from Tsunade that you are awake, Kushina kissed him on the forehead again and left the room. This feels like a deja vu, Naruto commented in his mind. Then he turned serious. Shirado, what are your abilities? He asked. In my full strength, I am able to summon mechanized armor, augment our body with extra limbs and various weapons, Shirado informed the boy. I can also greatly enhance our strength. Full strength, Naruto wondered. What did Shirado meant? Without Rinnegan, I expect my ability to weaken. I doubt I'm able to create giant weaponries as easily as I should. I still don't have the Rinnegan, Naruto asked. He thought that defeating one of the paths would unlock his Rinnegan. It seemed that he was mistaken. The key to our power is in the realm of heaven, in Tendo's world. So I have to defeat him first. Most likely. I doubt the arrogant bastard would give it up easily, Shirado growled as he said it. You don't like Tendo very much, huh? The paths sometime gathered to talk with one another. He was a prick, Shirado insulted their other self. The last time they met, the arrogant bastard used one of his technique to send them all away, simply because he decided to postpone their meeting. But he is strong. Stronger than anyone I know, Naruto's mind could not forget what he saw before. How Tendo easily crushed 2 Kumo shinobis like they were nothing. Though, I agree with you, he is arrogant. And a bastard, Shirado added, causing Naruto to smile. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Wait a second, how come you can use chakra while I can't? Naruto asked, referring to their fight in his mind. Shirado could create weapons in the fight against him, but he was unable to use chakra at all. You fought me in my realm. In my realm, I control everything, and so I can control what can be done and what cannot be done. Before, I forbid you to use chakra. Naruto looked thoughtful. Is there any rule for the paths? Yes, we have to make it fair for you. We can't simply create a realm where we are invulnerable. For every rule that benefit us, another rule that benefit you will be created. In my fight against you, you cannot use your chakra and I cannot use my enhanced strength and most of my weapons, Shirado explained. Naruto nodded. Then he heard a sound of the door being opened and turned his head towards the door. He saw his mother and Tsunade. He nodded as a greeting. Looks like the operation was a success, Tsunade observed. Yes, is there any side effect I should know? Naruto asked as he thought about the 4 possible effects Tsunade told him. You certainly are not stupid. But, you could never open the second gate anymore, Tsunade answered. We had to seal it to prevent it from opening again. Naruto nodded. Certainly the loss of the second gate did not affect his fighting style. But it was quite a loss. Especially after he saw how effective the gate was when Geto controlled his body. Naruto thought about telling Tsunade or his mother about the Rinnegan. He decided not to. He would prefer not to be considered crazy or anything. After all, hearing voices in your head definitely was not normal. For now, you'd better rest. You might be able to be released tomorrow, Tsunade informed him. Naruto nodded. Okasama, can we eat at Ichiraku after I'm released? Naruto asked his mother. Kushina smiled happily. This would be the first time Naruto asked her to eat in a place of his choosing. Usually he would just follow her without a word. Of course, Naruto, she patted his head. Naruto allowed himself to weaken under his mother's care and he half listened to Tsunade's explanation about what he must do while in the hospital. He had to thank Shirado. If it was the normal him, he would not be so content when his mother patted his head. You're welcome. Naruto smiled. The next day, his team visited him in the hospital. Yo Naruto, how are you? Kakashi asked him. I'm fine, better than before, actually. You seems different, Sakura observed. Yeah, you act more relaxed now, Sasuke smirked. Did you finally manage to take out the stick from your ass? Maybe I'm just happy because I beat you with a sandal, magnificent Uchiha-sama, Naruto shot back. There is no stick, metaphorical or not, inside me. Quote. I'm sure that Sakura would be happy to check, Sasuke commented with a perverted grin. The hell happened to you, Sasuke? You were supposed to be a cool guy. Naruto lamented the loss of the old Uchiha Sasuke. I prefer getting the girls rather than being cool, came a honest answer from the Uchiha. Quote. I blame Kakashi, Sakura said after hearing Sasuke's confession. I second that, Naruto gave a nod. I also blame him, Sasuke added. When his teammates looked at him weirdly, he continued, I don't know for what, but I know that it's Kakashi's fault. Agreed, Sakura nodded. Can you guys stop speaking as if I am not here? Kakashi pleaded. You were here, sensei, Sakura asked with a mock disbelieving face. Since when? Sasuke continued Sakura's act. Truly, the speed of the scarecrow is unmatched, Naruto ended. Scarecrows doesn't move, Naruto, Kakashi gave the punchline. I know, Naruto deadpanned. Team 7 decided to follow Naruto and Kushina to Ichiraku Ramen, much to Naruto's displeasure. He did not know why, but thinking about how they would see him and his mother interact made him feel embarrassed. Sochi, you have some ramen on your clothes, Kushina admonished him and took the ramen off his shirt. I'm sorry, Okasama. Naruto hid his blush as he heard Sasuke whispering to Sakura about Mama's boy. It's alright, it was quite a waste of a good ramen though. Kushina looked at the ramen and ate it. Okasama, don't eat it. It is unclean. Naruto tried to stop his mother but failed. You know, seeing Naruto with his mother made me change my view of him. Sasuke commented. Yes, I don't think that he can scare anyone who already saw him with his mother. He looked so cute, Sakura gave a squeal. Beside her, Kakashi giggled. In his mind, Naruto swore revenge against his team while Shirado laughed. Okasama, may I go train after this? Naruto asked Kushina. He hoped she would allow him to. It would give him a good chance to test Shirado's abilities. Kushina thought for a while and she smiled. Sure, but I'll supervise you, okay? I don't want you to faint because of fatigue or something. Men do not faint, Naruto started with an offended look. They collapsed, Sasuke ended. Then they looked at each other and laughed. The whole stand froze, even Naruto and Sasuke, who was laughing. Naruto, did you just laugh? Kakashi asked in shock. He doubted that he would react even if someone stole his Ika. Hearing Naruto's laugh for the first time would do that. It was beautiful, Sochi, Kushina smiled as she praised him. She stroked his hairs. Naruto looked away, embarrassed. You know, I was thinking about whether you can laugh or not. I think this is a good confirmation, Sasuke smirked as Naruto's face became redder. I agree with your mother, Naruto, it was beautiful, Sakura nodded. Then they heard a crashing sound. They turned to the source. It looks like Ayame fainted, Tsuki commented as he saw his daughter's unmoving form. There on the ground, Ayame laid with a blissful smile. I heard that the angel's voice could cause someone to reach heaven, but this is the first time I see it, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto blushed again and hid himself behind his mother. After they finished eating at the Ichiraku, Team 7 decided to follow Naruto and his mother again. They finally stopped at the Uzumaki family's training ground. Kakashi-sensei, what is the effect of the invasion? Naruto whispered to Kakashi. He would know about it. And, what happened to the Jinchuriki from Taki, Suna and Kiri? Well, Konoha managed to defend itself and there aren't many casualties. After the Sanbi was defeated, most of them surrendered without fighting. About the Jinchuriki, I don't know. Kushina's enhanced hearing managed to pick up what Naruto asked Kakashi and she answered him, the Jinchurikis are fine. But as we are at war, we took this chance to place them in Konoha, for protection. I heard that they will be living with us starting from tomorrow. There are Gara-kun, Utakata-kun and Fu-chan. Naruto frowned. It's not that I don't like Jinchuriki. I know that you are one, Okasama. But, will it be safe? Naruto doubted the two of them could handle 3 Jinchurikis at the same time. Though, if I have to, I could ask Tendo to call Geto. However, he had no desire to repeat what happened last time Geto controlled his body. Don't worry, their seals were reinforced by Jiraiya. They won't be able to cause any trouble, Kushina assured him. Naruto nodded, trusting his mother. What are you whispering about over there? Sasuke asked them. Naruto shook his head, nothing you need to concern yourself with. Then he had an idea. Sasuke, let's fight. This time, all out, Naruto offered. Sasuke smirked, I'll show you the power of Uchiha-sama. They stood a distance away from one another. Shirado, how do I create a weapon? Visualize the weapon and send chakra to your arm. The weapon would appear. The problem is, I don't think you can create anything more than a sword, Shirado told him. Why? Naruto frowned. He thought that he would be able to create any weapons he wanted. You need to understand how the weapon was built and how it worked. If you just randomly imagined the weapon, you might get an unstable bow and other defective weapons. Begin, Kakashi shouted. Fine, a sword is enough anyway. Naruto immediately imagined a very long sword and sent a large amount of chakra to his right hand. Immediately a long sword was formed in his right hand. The sword was long enough to reach the place where Sasuke stood and he swung it at the stunned Uchiha. Sasuke was slapped away by the back of the sword. Naruto released the chakra and the sword disappeared. What was that? Sasuke asked as he rubbed his cheek that was struck by the sword. Oh. Able to create chains using my chakra, I might be able to create other things. The sword was an experiment, he lied as he smiled innocently. He created another same sword and smacked Sasuke away again. It's so easy to toss you around like a rag doll, Sasuke. Naruto taunted as the sword disappeared again. Now, you've done it. Dai Uzumaki, Sasuke shouted as his Sharingan blazed. Bring it on, Uchiha. Naruto cracked his knuckles and moved into a defensive position. Master, I have an idea. Naruto avoided Sasuke's sweep. What? He asked shortly. He could not afford to lose his concentration in this fight. If he lose in front of his mother, he would be ashamed.